Oh shit, it's the wrong day. 138. There we go. Hey guys. Give me a second, I lost a pill in my keyboard. I don't know how else to explain it. My pill went into my keyboard, I cannot get it out. And I don't want to start flipping up keys. Okay, wait. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, you bitch. This is like playing Operation, the board game. Ooh, I got it. I was using a tweezers for my fucking knife. Jesus. What a day. Sorry I'm late, guys. I apologize. Don't worry. Today we're doing what we were supposed to do Friday, which was fix up the dialogue. That's what it was. Have any invalid structure errors? No, we're okay. Alright, that's literally it today. We're just gonna sit, we're going to fix up dialogues, and take it easy. And I imagine that this is gonna take me through Tuesday, but we'll see what our pace is like. Like, we can't really speed it up, it's just a lot of tedious work. Okay, I think for 2A we have all the responses here. Now, one thing I know we don't have are the NPC responses. In where? Here. Yeah. Oh no, we did write them. Okay, we just have to do secondary effects. And then make sure that all of the proper, not responses, but the potion outcomes are in place. A lot of work. A lot of work. And then we'll test 2A, I think. Yeah. And then we'll move on to 2B. The good thing is 2B and 2... I don't know, there's a couple of these that are similar. 2C is the nice one, is that we don't have to write 2C. Hey, Lazaro. How you doing today? How's your work going with the individual that I sent your way? Okay, let's pull up a list of all my effects. Now, me and the combat designer Killian have done some changes to the effects table, so I have yet to add those to here. We will need to do that. Not right now, though. Okay, health, stamina, essence. Damaging. Put those over here. Not too great, but feeling like such crap lately. Been able to even think about game design. It happens. It happens. Sorry about that. Don't let it make you feel guilty, though. Okay, now for sure we have block and regenerate health are old effects that we don't have anymore. We can change block to bulwark. And we can, for regenerate health, we can just delete it. Minosto's super nice. Glad to hear that. That was my experience with them too. Very eager. And I wish I had, I wish I had work that I could throw their way. But I unfortunately don't at the moment. Have to learn a bit more about Unreal. So my data tables are not the cleanest. There's a lot of witchcraft going on behind the scenes to get dialogue working. I know though my colleague Cuthbert needs a document written to detail how to write dialogue, and it's like, Jesus Christ, this is an unwieldy beast that I've created. Hopefully the narrative designers that we would hire in the future would be able to optimize this a bit. Okay, so the secondary potion he wants as a poison, paralysis poison, to give to the bandit leader, in which case we need to ask ourselves which effects would warrant responses, which would be noticeable, and which would end up getting the bandit leader killed. Well, for sure Restore Health and Fortify Health do have responses. I don't think they have any outcomes. Double check though. We have Poison on secondary. What else? Concussive Blast on secondary and Immolation on secondary, and they will all result in the bandit leader getting killed. We have Restore Health and Fortify Health as responses. But they don't have any special outcome. Parents want to move to Wisconsin next May, like in an RV in a trailer park. I would of course come with. Well, that's pretty crazy. You know where we're at in Wisconsin? There's some pretty beautiful RV parks. My parents kind of have a similar dream. They like the nature. Restore stamina wouldn't do anything. Essence wouldn't do anything. We already have a response to invisibility. Bulwark. Resist magic wouldn't mean anything. Water breathing. Aether Light and Lightness, we can have a fun little response to that. Strength boost, nothing. Night vision, nothing. Druid Sense, no. Pros outweigh the cons. Iron River. Sounds familiar. Hey Lazy Fangs, how you doing today? Oh, it's not by Superior in Duluth. It's pretty far north. But I bet the forests up there are absolutely fucking beautiful. Slightly Sick, I read that as Slightly Dick. I've been up near... Oh god, where have I been up near? Wait, was I looking at Ironwood? I don't know why it put me up near Ironwood. Iron River's here. That's actually where I've been near before. I'm trying to remember. I know I've been up hunting in these forests here. I can't remember where though. Oh no, there is an Iron River, Wisconsin. There's also over here an Iron River, Michigan. It's really fucking funny. Said Dad's already talking with the trailer park. They sound eager. Yeah, I've been up in this forest here, and it's just absolutely beautiful to hunt in. So pretty. Some wonderful lakes. Haven't been fishing there, but the fishing looks nice too. Good for duck hunting. Both work. Do you have any gaming news to talk about? Anything crazy? Any drama? Chill, weakness, paralyze. What do we have responses to? We have fear, frenzy, slow. Silence wouldn't really do anything. Other than Godot exploding and Ubisoft taking shit, I don't think anything else is happening. I haven't really given a full response in Godot other than... You guys should have just stuck to making a fucking game engine. I don't know how else to say it. I had some good respect for the CEO of Godot, but then he kind of let the mask fall off. And well, here we are. I know people are making a branch of Godot advertised to sound political. Yeah, the Redo. Redo engine. Aetherlight, lightness, warmth, concussive blast, immolation, poison will all result in his death. We already have that set up. Paralyzed, we already have that. I mean, that's what's expected. Oh, we had unhooked frenzy. Why did we unhook that? I don't know why. There was a post from a monetization designer on Ubisoft, or at Ubisoft, and it was on LinkedIn. I don't know if you guys saw that. Also, I could post that we're live today. Let me do that. Live today with more chill updating of NPC responses to our new effect overhaul. Game dev. Indeed dev. UE5. I should just do hashtag dick and just see who responds to that. Let me see if I can find this. Ubisoft monetization designer. Here it is. Stevie, thank you for the content, Stevie. I rarely post on social media, but today I'm sad. Ashamed and sad. The gaming industry is rough at the moment. True, we all know it. But seeing how gamers react on social medias, wishing ill fate to companies and people alike is sad. And not only towards Ubisoft. Even though it is always the vocal minority that express themselves on social media, I was hurt, and ashamed to be part of this community. What is even more revolting is coming on LinkedIn and seeing the same comments from people within the industry, like me, on top of exposing yourself as a clearly non-decent human being. You are affecting thousands of employees that are already impacted by all the hate despite doing their best to deliver incredible experiences. My brother in Christ and Muhammad, you are a monetization director. Your sole goal is to develop manipulative ways to get people to spend more money on your games. And I'm the non-decent human being. Pot calling the kettle here. How can you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you or that the product does not please you is beyond me. We are all in the same boat. Please, please, please stop spreading hate. We should all uplift each other instead of bringing each other down. I am very okay with the downfall of companies that abuse and manipulate players and treat them like walking, breathing wallets. I'm okay with that. I sleep... Okay, I don't sleep soundly at night, but I sleep with a smile on my face at night. Okay? The issue with me not sleeping soundly, that's due to back problems, because I'm almost 30, okay? That you mean so bad at your job you have to whine your job is hard. It's like, I don't... You work at a company, Stevie, that priced skull and fucking bones at, what was it, $80? Was it, or was it 70? No, it was $80. It was $80, and you called it a quadruple A experience. And I'm the non-decent human being for saying, you know what? Maybe it's sometimes okay that AAA fails. Well, we're not even AAA. We're quadruple A. Shut the fuck up. There's a whole additional A in price. Yeah, each A is worth $20. I have no words. They do it to they do it to themselves. They do it to themselves. Alright, do we want any outcomes here? Weakness, calm. No, these will just be responses. These will be an additional 6 responses for secondary potion effects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I say with A inflation, by the time Cauldron Chronicles comes out, it's considered A to the power of 10. Well, see, we want to be triple I, right? So here's the thing. Let's do the math here. Let's do the math. B double D, true. Get out of here. Okay, if triple A, right, equals $60, and quadruple A equals $80, that means that 1A is equal to $20. Now, since we are Indian, we want to be triple I. We have to break this down even further. This means that, realistically speaking, you have about half of an I. You have one I here, and half of an I here. So we need to break this up even further. We need to say that this is about... Each I, then, is worth... As this would be I equals $8, right? Which means that I plus half an I is 8, 16, 20. Okay, and then, of course, you can merge these because you have 1, 2, half of 1. Again, we equal $20. So by being triple I, statistically speaking, our game should cost 8, 16, $24. That is the confirmed price of Cauldron Chronicles. Math to the rescue. Somebody should clip that, actually. That's a pretty good first clip to put on our YouTube channel. I'm gonna send this too. If we ever get a publisher, I'm gonna send them exactly this graph and say why our game should cost $24. Alright, Aetherlight is going to be a neutral response. Lightness will be a neutral response. Warmth, neutral. Chill, neutral. Weakness, neutral. And calm, I would say neutral too. They're not really positive or negative. Oh, because we have Frenzy. Unspeakable anger came over him and I couldn't keep a grip on him, much less ask him any questions. That's why we didn't have a response for Frenzy. But then shouldn't that mean that we should have a potion outcome for Frenzy here? I don't remember my reasoning behind this. We'll just leave it unhooked. Or we could hook it back up but just write it a bit differently. Nah, we'll just leave it unhooked. It's fine. This is what it is. Okay, Aetherlight. This is where Spoon would feed the guy a potion and he would light up. So this would be a very weird. Let's do the liquid. Slid right down his throat. He lit up like the damn sun. Lightness. He felt a bit dainty. After he drank the potion. Kinda like a lady goblin. It's probably malnourished. Or some shit. He got warm after drinking the potion. I was half wanting to snuggle up with the bastard and get some comfortable sleep. The good thing is now that we've made sure that warmth and chill cannot occur on the potion at the same time, we don't have to worry about these sounding out of place. Like, oh, he got warm and then he got really cold. It's like icy hot. Fuck, no, I kind of want icy hot in the game. You guys have icy hot here in Poland? I don't think so. I think that's just a North American thing. There were these patches for like, well, and also this this like balm, this stuff you could rub on your body, and it would like make it feel really warm, but then make it feel really cold. A very weird effect. I never liked it. And as kids, you would put it on your testicles. You should not do that, by the way. It fucking hurts. That is like the worst prank you can do to somebody who's put icy hot on their balls. The more you know, right? Her testicles, yeah. It's this weird balm that like felt really cold, but then would feel really hot. And it wouldn't like get cold or get hot. It would just feel that way. And a popular prank you would do as a kid is put these on your balls. Which you should not do, by the way, because I'm pretty sure that it does include lidocaine, and let's just say the skin down there is very absorbent, and if you put chemicals on there, your body will absorb those chemicals much quicker than if you put it on like any other part of your skin because it's so thin. And you can actually end up in critical condition depending on what you rub down there, so don't do it. GitHub. Yeah, so two things you shouldn't do is rub icy hot on your balls and stick tampons soaked in vodka up your butt. Life tips here with Microraptor. Okay, he got a bit chilly after drinking the potion he gave me. You put something in there that made him all cold-like, and then we have weakness and calm. He was struggling to get words out. Took me a bit longer than I would have liked. Looks like he was struggling to get words out. You're taking a sip. You guys watching Uzumaki at all? I watched the first episode, but we're going to wait until the other three are out before watching the rest. You're almost absent. How you doing? You were almost absent from the stream. Uzumaki, is that a Naruto thing? It's an anime adaptation of Junji Ito's manga of the same name. It's very unsettling. First off, it looks really fucking good. The animation's great, and it's very unsettling. Junji Ito is lit. He is. Been a while. I've been busy. You haven't. What have you been busy with? Life. Fuck life. It's a whole Netflix anime series. Was there? Whoever is in charge of Netflix's anime department is top tier. Whoever's in charge of their live series department, though, is trash tier. Remember when Netflix used to have good documentaries, too? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Fuck yeah, have you been? I've been doing okay. Things when game dev stream, I see you all the time playing games and not game deving. He's cooking, okay? He's thinking about game dev. He's deciding what to game dev. It's burnt out. I feel that. I feel that. Okay, calm. We need a response to calm. Ugly bastard just kind of laid there. Like a turd. Like a turd in the river. Like a turd in a river. Like a turd in a tide pool. As calm as ever. Okay, then we need 6 new responses here. You're same? Oof. I haven't worked on my game project since more than a month. Someone explain me Twitch bits. How do you get them? What is that? You have to spend money. Hey, Palicha. How you doing? You have to spend money to get bits. And then you spend bits on things that give you very little satisfaction. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it gets me money if you spend bits on this channel, but if I could recommend any, if you wanted to spend money in this channel, get a sub. You won't get ads then. And you get emotes for it. However, you could spend 100 bits and play a loud gunshot sound. And it kind of spoops me if you get me. Twitch is premium currency. You can also gigantify furry emotes. Better to send donations with funny text, that's true. Okay, let's paste these in. Pasta. Pasta. Ooh. Look at this. Look at this spaghetti. Workers fine with Twitch on next stream, but I'm not sure if they're fine with furry boobies. Oh, it is for slow. Wonder why it was like slow, slow, slow. My brain is slow today. Aetherlight. Lightness. Weakness and calm. If you want cat girls, you should play a game series called Nekopara. Thank me later. Just make sure to utilize the new Steam feature that allows you to hide games from showing up in your recent activity. Otherwise, bad things will happen. Only cowards hide games. There was an effect on there that may have made him light up. Didn't cause a problem, did it? Usually invisible in Steam and thought it hides me, and oh boy, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't hide your play history either. Like from here. What does this say about me, by the way, that I have 202 hours in Starfield and I have all the achievements? It doesn't hide achievements, yeah. I think all the porn game makers need to add achievements for all the just degenerate stuff you can do, so that you can hide the game, but you can't hide the achievements. Achievement get laid a steamy upper decker on the chest of Chrissy. Was an effect on the potion that would have decreased his weight a bit. Possible added an effect on the potion. Have made him feel warmer. I don't like writing these. I'm gonna be honest. It's very it's really boring. Like there's nothing, I can't like drop lore here. There's nothing interesting to write or say about the character. It's just responses. Alright, last one. 4 here. And then we have 2B, we have 2D, 3A, 3B. Actually, 3A and 3B we would. 4 we wouldn't. I don't remember. Some of these we don't have to write them for. We'll know when we open up the files. Effect on the potion to calm him down. Did it cause an issue with getting information out of him? Surprised me is all. You intend to interrogate someone and then they end up blinding you. Squinting like an asshole the whole time. I don't really like that. Still can't see properly out of my right eye, but of course that might just be because I also stare at the sun sometimes. Or canonically, Spoon stares at the sun sometimes. What are you gonna do? I was half tempted to throw him down a cliff. I'm a bit upset I didn't, in hindsight. Okay, this is for warmth. Damn near wrapped myself around him like a cockroach on a steaming pile of shite. Fresh shite. This is top tier writing right here. What stage of getting all Elden Ring items are you? Man, I need to finish with it. I need to continue with that series. What were we at? I don't remember. It was like 90 something percent. We would have had to do 2 more playthroughs which wouldn't take too long, but it does take some time. And right now, especially in October, our calendar is not looking great. Or I'm sorry, no, this is fine. November is the problematic. Thought it's gonna take ages. It shouldn't take too long. It's just that you know, we need to have the game done, or our first playable done by April, end of April 2025. And with the features that we still have left, I'm a little worried about that. So it's on hold, but it's not canceled. Damn near froze spoons. Balls off, human. Still, I got what I needed. Okay, this is for weakness. It's a bit pitiful to see, but didn't cause an issue. The last one will be calm. Just unsettling, as I said. Sitting there trying to put some fear in someone, get them to speak, and they're just lying there. And then they're just calmly staring back. Call me. I typed call me. 2 L's there. Calmly. Okay. I think 2A is good. As far as I know. We should have all of the potion outcomes. All of the responses are written. Looks good. A lot of fucking text to write, though. I'm gonna be honest. You can see it a bit better if I export it as a JSON. A lot of these responses. Let's give it a quick test run. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp. Okay, for the first potion, we'll make the damage health. Poison. Gotta get used to that. And we'll throw on slow as well. And maybe one other one. Maybe like, what do we have that's kind of like neutral? I'm trying to see if we can put Bulwark 1 on there. Or Invisibility. That could be kind of funny. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Poop! We made it with poop. Alright, and then we'll make the secondary, which is Paralyze. As long as we make sure that we don't put Immolation on there, because that will fail it. Fermented Poop. We'll throw a Snail. We could do Lightness. That should work. Although I think Paralyze should be stronger. Yeah, you know, let me do that. Let me make a stronger Paralyze. Paralyze 2. That'll work. Okay, what do you need? Blah, blah. Okay, go on. Stronger. Hopefully that works. We trigger 2B. I wonder if it's because we included those positive effects, and they might have lowered the score just enough that we didn't reach the threshold. Shit. Nah, whatever. You rolled Scarmo's Tea? It is. That's not in our game, though. I'm just playing that over the top. How you doing today? Beautiful choice. Yeah, we like to keep it calm here, you know. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for helping us reach our follower goal of 450 people. I was thinking of doing something special at 500 follows. We'll have to do that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't like this response actually because it says, "I'm sorry though, I forgot to provide the paralysis poison you." Or, you know what? Actually, it's bugged because we haven't updated it yet. You're bad? What's your bad? What did you do? I'm sorry, the roofies didn't work. No, it's just we forgot to update that. I know why that's not working right now. Or no, or it was specifically because we penalized. I could make the same potions again, but I'm quite sure it was simply because we can fix that. We can fix that. It's a little inconsistent. It's a little awkward because what we do is we branch on a condition of whether or not the player knew that he needed a paralysis poison. And if we do know it, what the issue is that we've penalized. Yeah, but I thought that can't happen. I thought that if... What is causing that? I'm confused now. To be spawn control is... Oh yeah, it's because the we do check for an effect provided, and here it's paralysis. We haven't updated that yet to do paralyze. If you're wondering what's going on, it's we overhauled the effects that we have in our game from the placeholder ones to a more final list, or a more close to final list. And we're going through and updating any references to the old effects with the new ones. So there are still some remnant bugs that we're fixing up here. And yeah, that still says paralyze. Okay. That issue has been fixed. Yeah, because I was thinking, well, if it was terrible or bad in terms of outcome, we would have killed Spoon. And because Spoon didn't die, we know that we did reach that threshold needed for a base result. So it's weird that it went with outcome 2B, but it should be fixed now. I can test it again, just to be safe. Alright, what did we make first? We made the poison potion. Poison, spider stinger, let's throw that in too. And then we'll do the invisibility. Just need tier 1. Oops, that has fortify health. That's better. And then the second potion is Paralyze. And I wanted it at tier 2. And then we wanted to throw, I think, Aetherlight. Something neutral. Cut Toadstool is Aetherlight 2. This says Aetherlight 1. That works. Godspeed, my dear goblin. Yeah, we'll fix that dialogue issue too with him. Although I don't think that should be possible. The only way that you get 2B is if you don't provide the paralysis poison. So I don't think we need to fix that. There's no way that would have happened. Yeah, now it says 2A. I don't think you guys can see it because I'm blocking it, but it says in the bottom there. Thief 2A. Okay, weird thing happened when I used that poison though. As I started slicing, they went invisible. Just what did you put on that poison? Not really sure what was up with that. There was an invisibility effect in the poison I gave. Well, that definitely explains it then. I had to tell where they were based on the painful moaning I heard after the first slice. Either way, the raid went well. Learned where that bastard hid my gold. Great work, Spoon. Assume the paralysis poison helped? That poison was perfect. He couldn't move at all. Could have dropped a stone on his balls and he would have hardly flinched. Weird thing happened when I used the poison, though. The liquid slid right down his throat and he lit up like a damn sun. Like the damn sun. Not really sure what was up with that. There was an effect on there that may have made him light up. Didn't cause a problem, did it? Surprised me is all. You intend to interrogate someone and then they end up blinding you. I still can't see properly out of my right eye, but of course that might just be because I also stare at the sun sometimes. Hey, I'm just glad it all worked out, Spoon. Okay, so that's working perfectly. It looks crazy, it looks like a giant blobule of shit, but yeah, it's just a necessary evil. A necessary evil to make potion responses a lot more reactive to the player's choices. Okay, so I think that PN Thief 1 is okay. It's updated, which means that Thief 1's story stage is okay. We can move on to Thief 2A. Or no, Thief 2A is okay. We can move on to Thief 2B. Two B needs a relatively similar amount of work done to it. Although it's a little bit more complicated here. Let's at least just make sure that the yeah, we have old effect for paralysis, but we can update this. Regenerate health goes, that gets deleted. Secondary potions were provided. Yeah, this is a mess. Ugh. Well, let's update these to paralyze now. Do. Here's a good question for you guys. Are you worried about Elder Scrolls 6? Because I admit I'm a tad worried. I really kind of stopped enjoying games for a while. So you just stopped enjoying games? Did you play Red Dead Redemption 2? That'll get you enjoying games again. If I encounter something I don't like, it just immediately turns me off. Oof. It doesn't sound great. Radio 2 is something different. It is something different. I almost stopped playing that game after 2 hours. Because it came out here in Poland pretty late in the evening, or at least I had it fully downloaded, and I could only really play a couple hours before I had work the next day. And the opening, I was expecting, okay, Red Dead Redemption 1 sequel, technically prequel. I want that action, give me those gunfights. And the opening is a very stark difference. And it kind of threw me for, it felt slow. It felt needlessly slow when I first played it. And I didn't know how to feel about it. But I came home after work and I kept playing it. And holy shit, I'm so glad. You hate it? It's too damn good when it comes to immersion. I started chewing tobacco. It's so good. It's such an immersive game. It's a really good immersive simulator. That game just blows my mind every time I see it and every time I play it. Like this is a truly quadruple A experience. The attention to detail, the voice acting, everything is perfect in that game. Even little things like, when you're at camp and they're doing songs around the campfire. And the further away that Arthur is to the singing, the less he'll sing it properly, or he'll be a bit delayed with his words. Like, it's fucking crazy. Who thought of that? Who programmed that? I don't know. Even the story alone, just playing the game is perfect, and that's one of the things that I look for in a game. It's really an excellent, if I had to point at any modern game and say this is a truly 11 out of 10 game for its design, and this is a game that you should study if you want to be better at making immersive sims, it's that. It's simply that game. Okay, what am I doing here? Okay, we need to update a couple things. We need to update first the... Oh, we're not done with 2A. Hold on. I need to update the potion needs for 2A. He needs the frenzy potion, that's okay, but what he also needs for the secondary effects is fortify carry weight and regenerate stamina. We're gonna change this from fortify carry weight to lightness. And the regenerate stamina to fortify stamina. That should be relatively equal to what it was before, and then we will just we'll update the text here to reflect that. I got the story comment, etc. Walking around is something I like to do, and if a game can immerse me with just that, then it's a home run for me. Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that Red Dead Redemption 2 is really good with just walking around and living, you know, following people from point to point, watching them go about their business. Greet, antagonize was a really fun little Easter egg that didn't need to exist. I don't know if you know about greet, antagonize. I assume that you do. A new potion. Where do we learn about the new potion? Here. Lore and info about secondary effects desired. Yeah, for people who don't know, I'll pull up a quick video on greet, antagonize. In Red Dead Redemption 2, you can greet people or antagonize them when you meet them in the street. And you can kind of do these in a chain. So you can say like, hello, you know, good morning. And they'll say, yeah, it's a fine morning. Then you can say, you know, hope you're doing well and stuff. So, but there's a specific, you can do 2 greets and then an antagonize. And for some reason, they specifically wrote lines that are just like really funny for these.
Hi.
Hold on.
Hi.
Good morning.
So, you heard anything about any bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Well, thanks for nothing, idiot. Sheriff,
Hello, mister.
you're doing a great job. Must be fun, being the town idiot. You got any idea who you're flapping your gums at?
I love these so
Hey,
much.
mister. I like you, mister. You have a kind face. The kind I like to punch. Hi, folks.
It's so good. I hate that this game shouldn't exist. I don't know. It's just, it feels like every single. It really is. It's just dripping with quality. This is exactly, if I had to say, okay, Ubisoft, fuck you, quadruple A game, fuck off. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a quadruple A game. It is a steal that this game was only $60 for the quality and depth that it provides.
Hello.
Good day so far? Nice of the asylum to let you people out for a bit. Hey there. That's real pretty.
I don't think that's the antagonize button there, Arthur. Gives them the right people the freedom to do what they want, gives you this. Yeah, I agree. They really just said, okay, here's our budget. Make it the best fucking game we have ever made. And you know, I can go on and on about Rockstar and their monetization practices for you know, GTA Online and how Red Dead Redemption Online was abandoned because it wasn't making them enough money, even though it had a lot of potential. But they make really good single player campaigns. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is just, it is a game that is the standard that I think AAA should be held to. Alright, carrying this. I'll be able to help. Help you lighten the load. The thing is, the player might think, you know, oh, a potion to help with stamina. I think I'll add a couple other nodes in here to clarify. Do you want it to restore or do you want it to fortify? Yeah, we'll do that. Let me add a couple nodes here. I think I'll do it this way. Do you need to restore your stamina or just fortify it for a bit? So the thing, they didn't make this game with a gimmick or some special game system to sell the game. It's just a game. Well, you know how, I don't know if, did you watch us play Star Wars Outlaws? You know, a game that for some, well, I know exactly the reason why games journalists wanted to compare it to Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's because they're a bunch of hacks who don't know the first thing about games. But, you know, it felt like there was a system. It felt like it was a systematized game, that there wasn't a sandbox here. It was you play by the rules, or you don't move forward with the game at all. There wasn't any immersive simulation be done apart from leaning on like a bar, like, oh, press E to lean, and it's like, well, this isn't an immersive sim. This is me leaning to enjoy, sometimes, you know, in fairness, a very nice level that they've made, or, you know, get engaged, but there's no activity here. There's no engagement. There's no interaction. It is like to pay respect in this kind of case. And it's like, compare this to Red Dead Redemption, where and even in multiplayer, I don't know if you played multiplayer, you could run your own bar. I had an awesome 3 hours where I invited everybody in the server to my my moonshine bar. And only like 6 or so people showed up, but we were all like playing instruments, we were getting drunk, eating peanuts, and it's really fucking funny because the drunker you are, it changes all of the text for the controls to like just be gibberish the drunker you get, and I don't know, it was really fucking funny. It was a great 3 hours that I had there. The levels look Star Wars-y, so on the world building side, it's not bad. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what they were thinking of pairing the two. I don't either. They're just nothing alike. You can't even be an outlaw in Star Wars Outlaws. The only people you can be an outlaw with are the Imperials, which are the bad guys. It's like, oh, the bandits hate me. I'm an outlaw. Outlaw, but you can't rob normal people, only the bad guys. Yeah, that's pretty much it. May the balls be with you. Hey, incredible. What the fuck is the difference? Well, restoring is better if you're planning to run out and need some more. Fortifying for longer treks. How's it going? It's going good. We're just fixing up dialogue for the new effects that we added. Very tedious. But we got to make sure that we do it right. Star Wars Outlaws was just not a good game to me. It was really frustrating to play. It was frustrating to interact with. The stealth was terrible. The AI was not great. And you would, you'd raid like an area in order to just get a cosmetic. Like nothing that actually changed the game. The two things that I actually really liked about the game were the faction, like reputation system, although it was underutilized in my opinion, and the like the way the perks unlocked was pretty nice. Did you finish that potion stacking issue? Did we have a potion stacking issue? Which issue did we have? Are you making up issues to trick me? I think you're working on last time about negating effects. I did finish with that. You can now not have both warmth and chill, or like immolate and chill on your potions, or poison and cure poison. This is the worst kind of action adventure game, really lacking. It just was. I'm tired of games that spend so much money and time and effort on modeling this beautiful game, and then they seem to spend absolutely no money on building out interesting systems that flesh out the gameplay experience. It was safe, and because it was a safe game that was meant for a casual audience, it meant that it was just really fucking boring. That if you've played any other game from Ubisoft in recent times, it plays the exact same. Fortify sounds like what I need then. Once I'm out of there, I'll be fine. Thank you for auto-saving. Okay. We do save that the... Learned about Potion Thief 2A. Well, that's not the right one. Oh, it's a condition. For the cowboy dual deck building screenshot. Oh, I did see that. I don't think I've responded to that. Where'd you post that? I did in fact see that. It looks really cool and I love the camera angle. There's some really cool stuff you could do with this. And I love Western shit. How long did it take you to mock this up? The theme is one shot. What do you mean? as well. Wonder how you would do this though. How you would do it and make it feel per jam, so 2 days from the assets. I'm trying to think of how would you do it so that a duel feels enjoyable, because it's almost, it has to be lethal, it has to be quick, right? I wonder if having it not be quick would almost, 1 card per turn. I'm struggling with thinking of how it would function to a satisfying degree. The more lethal, the better. But it's also weird if 2 people are in there in a duel are just standing there back to back shooting each other. So almost like a system of maybe like building up, being able to play a dodge if you suspect that the enemy is about to shoot. That way you move out of the way. There is dodging. I'd have to see it. I'd have to see it in action. Because it's one of those things where the more tension that you build up during the duel, right? Because, of course, I'm sure we both love some good Western duels, right? Like Good, the Bad, and the Ugly with the final duel. It's gotta feel, it has to have that build up, it has to feel good, and then you have to have that lethality to it where you can make 1 or 2 mistakes, but you make any more than that, and that other character's gonna win. Couldn't I... I don't think how I could connect these 3 up. That was loud. That isn't playable in coming days. Sounds good. Yeah, I want it to work. I definitely want it to work. You know, I love duels. I love Western games. Western movies. And it's gotta feel lethal as dicks. In your fart. Questions about that? Okay, we will do a continue here. Deck building with leaderboard. Can you add a longer fart with more reverb for 1,000 points? Sniffer. Ooh, do 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 do. I'll tell you what though, Elder Scrolls 6 will not be the same without Jeremy Soule. It just won't be. You know, I'm not a... I don't hate Idan Zuer's like Fallout and Starfield soundtracks. I just don't think they are as timelessly memorable as Jeremy Soule's Elder Scrolls soundtracks are. I don't know. I kind of hope they get him back. I don't know if Elder Scrolls 6 will hold up though, to be honest, from what Bethesda's been up to lately. I do wonder how much of Starfield was them saying, let's do Skyrim but in space. And that would be way worse for me. I know that's kind of what they said, right? But how much of that was actually meant from the design of it? And if that's the case, I'm worried. Or if they said, we want to try something else, like blend our essence with something else, and it just didn't really work. In which case, I'm a little less worried, but I'm still worried in the fact that Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim, Fallout 3 to, you know, New Vegas, which wasn't theirs, but still, to 4, it all just seems to be becoming this watered down RPG. Just a little bit less, a little bit taken off the top, a little bit here and there, until you don't really have that much of an RPG anymore. I'm going to go on a mini rant and just say that the so-called AAA industry can even make anything good, albeit except a very small number of studios. I feel that studios that are on the open market and have shareholders are just doomed to fail. Shareholders tend to ruin things they do. But Bethesda's privately... No, it's owned by Microsoft now, so yeah. Like, hold on, wait, ZeniMax was always... ZeniMax was always publicly traded though, wasn't it? Or was ZeniMax private? I think I can look up... I don't know if I can look up old stock information of whether or not it was public or private. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, that should be fixed. Frenzy's okay. Learned secondary needs 2A. The problem is we don't ever save that the player has learned secondary needs. So that's actually a bug. Here's a nice example. Larian makers of Divinity. Yep, either they're privately owned, but Tencent invested in them. And I kind of like how Tencent tends to invest. Give you the money and let you do whatever you want. They don't interfere. If you know what you're doing, it's all good, but some studios don't, like Ubisoft. I'm not a big fan, though, of certain things that were done with Baldur's Gate 3 before release. I think that players were lied to a little bit, and they got away with it. So when the CEO, yeah, he is the Valerian, said that without Tencent's investment and the way they let them just do their thing, wouldn't have been able to. I met Sven. Met Sven here in Poland. It's the development side. I think with Baldur's Gate 3, they were put in a very, very tough position, and they ended up lying to players a little bit of gaslighting too, but they got away with it because, well, the game is pretty high production quality. Shouldn't save it here. The only way we should save it is probably here. We need to with D&D rule sets. Well, the thing is, like, the gameplay itself of BG3 is very good. I promised the story, but they didn't really lie about the story. The issues that I mainly have with their communications about it are the, I don't know, how many, they said, like, I don't know, over 10,000 endings or some bullshit. They also said that the upper city would be playable. It was not. And then they gaslit people about the reasonings behind that. And they chose to launch the game 1 month early, saying that the game was ready to be released, when in reality what they were doing was trying to get it out before Starfield. And the game was definitely not ready to be released. The game in early access for like 3 years. It was in early access for a while, but it was primarily Act 1 that was continually worked on, and then they were trying to propagate a lot of those changes and enhancements to the rest of the game. Clearly we can see that Act 3 was not so well loved. And they're still kind of breaking the game. I think that their method of QA is not very good. They don't have very rigorous testing methodologies. In fact, Starfield is more stable than Baldur's Gate 3. Especially at launch. Bethesda, for whatever you think of Starfield, Starfield was not very buggy at launch. Their updates are slow as shit, but I think they've learned their lesson with the releases before. EA was their QA. I mean, I'm not a fan too of, I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, I'm not a big fan of the changes that they made to the story. Getting rid of Daisy and with the Emperor. It didn't feel better to me. I didn't like the tadpole stuff. I think it just didn't go anywhere interesting. And the characters themselves seem to be very... They seem to be very Mass Effect-y, where you can't really do a lot to piss them off. Like, there are some good examples, especially with, like, Lae'zel, but for the most part, you can't really piss these characters off to the point that they will fight you or leave you. Not in the same way that, like, Pathfinder, I think, handled it, which was way more interesting to me. Funny enough, back when Skyrim was released, I got my hands on a preview copy 1 week before the game released. Funny enough, I played it for a week straight and barely encountered any issues. Then when the official launch happened, the game was a lot more buggy. I don't know what that was, yeah. Okay, I think 2A is good now, finally. Move on to 2B. It needs invisibility and luck. We don't have a luck anymore. Even with Starfield's new DLC, I only encountered one crash and one issue with a side quest where the characters didn't immediately remember the outcome. So it's like both flags were ticked at the same time for something, but it wasn't that, wasn't game breaking. But Hall, are you some kind of a plugin for your dialogue system? Yes, I'm using Narrative. Although I think it's called something different now. It used to be called Narrative 3. It's called Narrative Tales now. This plugin. Very good. And recommend. I think we should switch from invisibility and luck to invisibility and lightness. Or we could rewrite it a bit and say that if he's going to be going in there at night, to have a night vision. Don't know. I mean, you can talk to him in 2B and tell him that maybe he should go in at night. Right, infiltrating at night. But it doesn't do anything right now. I don't know. I mean, for now, the easiest thing would just be to change it to lightness. To make it easier to stealth. Yep, that'll work. Okay. So we can fix up the dialogue a little bit about the luck potion. I think would be Secondary potion info obtaining. We'll see. What about a potion of lightness? What's that do? Makes you light. It'll make you lighter on your feet. That way you'll make less noise and even have a bit easier time carrying out loot. You call me fat. I don't know why, just fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. You call me fat. Kind of tempted just to do a yes, no, maybe. Yes. No. Oh, I could. You know, I'm gonna do a Fallout 4 joke here. Yes. No, but yes. Sarcastically. Yes. Perfect. The 3 flavors of Fallout 4 responses. I'm half tempted to make him remember that you called him fat too. But I kind of force it on the player here. Actually, if I want to make it more accurate to Fallout 4, then it all needs to just lead to the same thing. Maybe I do need to cut back a bit. I'm just messing with you, Spoon. So, lightness potion work? I'll say, yeah, just make sure to put it on a separate potion. I'll drink it if I need it. Don't we all? Still want the lightness potion. And that'll lead back in. Okay. Casper. How are you today? Mentioned adding some lightness potion into the deal. Gonna help me stay all sneaky. You okay-ish? I need you to be better than okay. Did we unhook these from 2A? Yeah. Alright, okay. Let's get the responses in here the same that we have for 2A. A lot of work. Tired as I played too much Age of Wonders yesterday. I was also up a bit late playing the game. See guys, that's who works at Microraptor Games. 4:30 a.m. Jesus Christ. Okay, I did not stay up that late. You got me beat. Alright, we have Bulwark, Fortify Health, Invisibility, Restore Health, Fear, Frenzy, Slow, Paralyze, and then we have to add Aetherlight, Lightness, Strength Boost, Concussive, Immolation, Chill. Holy shit, that's a lot. Alright. But I think we can copy these over, for the most part. So it's a lot of work, but it's mostly just copy-paste stuff. I just can't traditionally copy and paste this over, sadly. What did I do before yesterday? Got to bed at about 6:30 a.m. Jesus, dude. Okay, those are the generic. What's the answer for my DM question that can be distilled to? Do you want to try my plugin now, or do you want to wait for more polished version? Yeah, I saw that. It was a bit late. I want to try it, but when we start to implement dungeons, let me see if I'm logged into my Trello account here, because I can pull that up on stream. Also, I'm going to pin that Trello board. Pin message. I don't think I'm logged in. Let me try to log in. What is my password? What is my Trello password? Trello. Beat Varden. I use a password manager, because I am smart like that. Except that this does not use a randomly generated password, and I need to update that. Oh no, this is incorrect email. Address and password. Give me a second. Oh no, it's logged in. Okay, cool. Did log in. You You do too? Yeah, I'm happy that I did that. Okay, so here is just a very, I haven't really filled anything out here yet, but I got a very rough first playable Trello board made for us. The way that I organize it, I'm trying a new organization method. I don't know if it's good or not, but lists are like big features or pillars of our game in this case, and the cards themselves are sections of that. So we don't really have a finished list that we move things to. We basically just work on this and we archive cards and lists as we need to. So right now potion combat is the higher priority one because anything to the left and higher up is the highest priority. So right now I'm working on the effect overhaul. I'm finishing up with the responses to that, but we will have a dungeon to add regarding potion combat. We need to have a call for it. And I think that's where we'll take a look at, do we want to hand make something or do we want to have randomly generated at the moment? So there is a case where I want to take a look at your plugin, but I don't know if it's going to be soon. I guess it depends on how quickly we can get things done this month. For you though, I would love to see just like more written up about your AI and what you want to do with it. It works with handmade. Yeah, but the thing is, would it be faster to use the plugin for it, or would it be faster to just build something by hand? I'm not sure. That's something we can determine. Get a Trello set up for feedback? That's pretty cool. I know when we move to full production, we're going to be using U-Track. I really preferred this. I messed around with this for, I don't know, about like a couple weeks, and it was really, really good. Although there's no screenshots of this. Yeah, this was very in-depth. It is definitely a Jira competitor. The nice thing that I have with that though is the pricing, which is 1 to 10 users free. You get every one of their features. There's no features locked behind a paywall. If you are a 10 user or a lower team, you get everything for free. Yeah, and the features that they have are really nice. You can like program your own automation into it. Yeah, and this is actually cheaper than Trello. Trello is fucking expensive. And it's not that great. Like, it's good, it's okay, but it's just... Where's their pricing? For premium, it's $10 per user per month. And this is 1/3 the price of that, roughly. Make the Trello so that player can see what's being worked on. Yeah, I mean, having it public is really nice. I don't know if you can make U-Track public. Humble opinion, but you don't need this for a small team. No, you don't. You don't need this for a small team. But this would be what we would need. I would want this for a for full production. So right now we're just using Trello because it's free, it's cheap, and it's free. And it's simple, but when we jump into it, this is much better for actual production. Primarily because I can do a lot of customization for automation and managing the swim lanes. Can link the feedback channel? Yeah, go for it. Although I can't get too sidetracked today. Yeah, that's nice. Having it publicly visible is one thing that I really want to. I'll try diversion. Yeah, I still want to speak to somebody about diversion. I was supposed to speak to somebody this year about them, but they had to cancel the meeting. Use a weekend? Never heard of that. Self-hosted on my server and it does the same job, free and full control. No communication over processing tools. Oops, I just clicked on something. Open source Kanban. I'll have to take a look at this. I'll have to take a look at this. I know that the thing that I really enjoyed about U-Track was the control that you have for templates and automation and coding your own things, and that was really great from a efficiency point of view. Because our game is going to be pretty complex. We'll see though. We'll see. We haven't chosen yet. That'll be a decision that we make as a team. Okay, we need to add Aetherlight, lightness. U-Trek can be made public. That is good to know. Strength boost. Because I would like to have ours public. Or at least some part of it. I know that we will have secrets in the game that I don't want to spoil. But I'd at least like to have a public board for bugs. I'm not sure if we can hide that in some way. It's really just more of like a selfish desire, you know, to be transparent with players. But I think that there's a lot less confusion and worry that a community has when they see what's being worked on. And that, you know, when the developers say, hey, we hear you, we're going to be working on this, there isn't that question of, okay, they said it, what's the status on this? You know, they can see the status. They can see that, okay, it's prioritized, you know, it's being worked on right now, it's being fixed and being tested. Here's U-Track being public. Projects with guest access, privacy. Oh yeah, that was another thing that I fucking hated about Jira. Jira does not allow you to... Jira requires a separate plan in order to make... What was it? It was new priority levels or something? There's some really weird shit. And yeah, I know U-Track allows you to make custom priority levels, as many as you want, and custom access permissions. Guest issue reader. Okay, so yeah, I think then what we could do is we could have some cards hidden if we feel that they might spoil players, and we can just show larger bugs and features that are being worked on. Theoretically, I think that would be possible. It was also really easy, I think, to set up Discord posting with U-Track, if I remember correctly. We even have it on our yeah, these are really old. These are for an old project that we're not working on anymore, but You can see here, we had this posting to Discord with things. That was really easy to set up too. Yeah, U-Truck was really nice when I used it. Here's the most obnoxious, convoluted, intuitive bloat. It's made for bean counters. Trust me, I use it in Big Corp. I work as team manager, and don't ruin your life with it. It's not made for devs. What I did like was Confluence. Although U-Track, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Kotspur, but U-Track also has something that is like Confluence. So if you want more control and better pricing and a lot deeper features, U-Track is literally just Jira but better in every way. Yes. So yeah, the knowledge base. And again, every single feature is part of the free version of U-Track. Nothing is behind a paywall. And that can be made public too, so yeah, we could use that as like a wiki or something. Although I'd be a little hesitant for that. What I'd prefer to use as a wiki is... I think it's World Anvil? I was tempted to use World Anvil for a wiki. I feel like this could be a really cool way to handle it. Although this is more, I don't know if this can be written by people. I think we talked about it before, Cutsburg. There was like a open source wiki alternative or something. I think you can have dev wiki, private and public wiki. I think you're right. I agree with you. We kind of briefly talked about these, but because we're so early in development, it wasn't really worth going deeper. We did not, or I don't remember. Maybe I talked about it on stream. I know we mentioned that I'm not going to use fandom. And there ain't no way in hell that I want Fextra Life to have a wiki of my game. So we would do something of our own. I think I remember. It was, and I think I was going to reach out to the same people that handle the old school RuneScape wiki and manage it. Because they also do Terraria's wiki, I believe. Yeah, they're called Weird Gloop. Oh yeah, they handle the Minecraft wiki as well. And these guys, holy shit, do they do a good job. Very, very in-depth wiki. There's no ads being run. And it's very in-depth. Very responsive. So I would love to see... I would love if this company could do ours too, but I don't know how much they charge. Probably quite a bit. They do use... I don't know what they use, but they use like some separate wiki or something. I don't know. I gotta look into it. And I don't know if you can use their wiki or not. Manager meetings, when we start talking about tools and more tools and hey, we have a problem, let's find new tool. I always shut everyone up with the example, guys. If you use Stradivarius, we start playing like Paganini. Tools are a good thing, but one should not rely on them to solve problems. If still it's a solution, you already need to invent. The best team manager can do it in Notepad. Yeah, I agree. The same with meetings, but I agree with you. The Jira is for bean counters, 100%. I was really tired with the focus on metrics. Oh, we'll be able to better calculate. No, we won't. We can't calculate things. Do you know why we can't calculate things? It's because we're not prototyping anything. So nobody knows how fucking long anything is going to take because it's all just guessing based on absolutely no work being done prior to it. Stop with your fucking waterfall, flow down, whatever the fuck charts. Start prototyping shit so we can actually get things done. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Like, oh, we'll fix issues with production. No, you won't. If you want to fix issues with production, then you needed to have made better decisions 6 months ago. And stop wasting time of our most capable programmers on being Jira jockeys. I don't care what the due date is, I'm trying to do the work. And this half an hour that we're spending wasting on the meeting to talk about why it's not done, I could be working on it to help get it done. Those are basically my thoughts about Jira. Ideally, if we use U-Track, the less time that team members are spending in there, the better. Which is why it's like templates, easy to fill out, it gets organized automatically. That, you know, the producer can sit in there and do what they need to organize. Well, the only thing you should do as a developer is go in there, read what you need to do, talk with the people that are necessary to get it done, and get it done. Alright, Aether, we haven't written... No, we can reuse the same ones because they're from Dialogue Thief 1, so we just copy over the responses from here. Okay. On the other hand, I'd like to have Jira and work than not having anything. I know, I agree that having something is better than nothing, and I don't think Trello is the perfect solution for a more professional team. Especially with its pricing model. It's just, it was kind of it's the same thing with Perforce, where it's kind of considered the standard, even though it's not that great. But once I dived into JetBrains and I understood how to use it, you know, a couple of competent programmers can make U-Track work like 5 times more efficiently than Jira and at a much lower price. Because I can at least agree with producers, managers of what is my task. Yeah, I agree. Once I finish revamping my quest and achievements UI, I think I'll do some tweaks to my dialogue editor. I see we're in the same boat, sir. If you're wondering why I'm copying things over, it's because these are essentially the same encounter, and the player can only get one of them, you either get 2A, 2B, 2C, or 2D. And the responses between these are pretty much the same. We're in a company that didn't use Jira, and issues were usually on level like, I did X task. No, you didn't. I wanted this wall to be black and it is green. Well, you changed design midway through implementation. That's why I'm getting delayed. Great shit. There's a case for big enterprises with lots of teams, people, and a good layer. Team managers that can take care of managing all the bloat. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the... If the company can afford paying for the best tier of Jira, it's pretty decent. The issue is just that it's so expensive to pay for it when... For things that you would think are normal. Or you know, that shouldn't be behind some massive paywall. Jira, like, advanced... There's some advanced... Yeah, advanced roadmaps was something that they lock behind one of their higher tiers. Which is like, oh, you mean being able to see what's being worked on? And being able to make... Yeah, being able to make new issue type hierarchies. Which, again, this is the one thing that you track. You can just make as many as you want for free. Expensive has a lot of stuff that needs organizing, following rules, and a lot of yeah, it really does need somebody to sit on there. God, look at the way this is handled. Annoying. You know, it's like the thing is, if we start production and we use product A, and then we want to switch to product B halfway through, that's a big waste of time. So I want to make that decision when we're done with the first playable and we're like, okay, time to go to vertical slice. What are we going to for sure be using? How are we going to use it? Let's make the schedule now. Let's not just jump in and decide, oh, halfway through, guess what? We need to use some different kind of tool. And now everybody needs to relearn things while they're also expected to do their tasks. Choose wisely, even if not the best choice, which you probably realize later probably would be good enough to stay with it the transfer. Yeah. The thing is, we'd be hiring mostly seniors who might grumble a bit to have to learn something new, but they'll be able to do it. And it'll be easier if we start from there. This goddamn spaghetti. As you emphasize on the communication with people and finding what best suits your team, even outside the frame, the tool will not be so crucial. Yeah, it's really you're right. It all comes down to communication. I think that's something that every remote team has been stressing. Tool can be crucial. But here's the thing, it's like Jira is, you know, a tool in the hands of somebody who doesn't know how to use it is fucking useless, right? And I've worked in places where we had like hundreds of bugs in our backlog to the point where it was hard for QA to organize it, hard for people to know what was still valid or still worth working on, which essentially means that Jira itself was kind of fucking useless for us. If you can't use it properly, then you shouldn't use it at all. All right. Like your version control not working. Okay, this needs to be bulwark. About the technical side of an already chosen tool is completely different. What's important is that if you use Git or Perforce in the end, it doesn't really matter if your team communicates and works well. It's a tool for their needs the way they want. I think tool limitations are more of a problem than tool features, if that makes sense. I think choosing the best tool is about choosing the one that limits your team the least. And sometimes the more featureful something is, the more over-designed something is, the less efficient it'll make your team in the long run. Which is why Microsoft Teams fucking sucks, by the way. Microsoft Teams is way too over-designed, is over-engineered to the point of just slowing things down and complicating things. Fucking nobody likes Teams. Nobody likes Teams. It's fucking so annoying. Work with artists that use Cintiq worth 5,000 and are worse than one that does amazing things to Microsoft Paint. If you don't know how to use it. I mean, there's a lot of people that use Unreal, but don't know how to utilize it, right? They think, oh, look at megalights, look at lumen, look at nanite. That means my game will look good, right? Well, if you don't know how to use them properly, it's not gonna look good. Yeah, okay. On a Monday? Working on a Monday? Okay, the only one here that doesn't matter is paralyzed because we know that the player has not given paralysis here. But I think we handled that in... Trying to look here. B. A little complicated. First, we have a guy who said, man, Unreal might be the best out there, but all their games look the same, on which I said that's BS. It's not the engine, it's the creators. You're right, yeah. Look at, for example, Octopath Traveler. Can you imagine it's made with Unreal? Yeah, I mean, Octopath is... People who don't know, I'll pull it up. Fucking beautiful game, by the way. Holy shit. It's also a really good game. But this is made in... Okay, the videos won't play, but this is made in Unreal. Yeah, it's an amazing game. It looks absolutely wonderful, and you're right. It's the same with Unity, right? It's like, oh well, Unity games look all janky. Yeah, but do you know what other games are made in Unity? Like Endless Space, dude. Nobody's looking at Endless Space and saying, oh yeah, just another Unity slop game, right? Genshin Impact is made in Unity. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's the creators. It's not the engine. It's just that default out of the box Unreal with realistic looking assets and default Unreal Mannequin. Yeah, it's gonna look the same. People bash game engines, have no idea about how games work. How game engines work. Yeah. I mean, people bash the creation engine a lot. Like, well, but you can change the tech. You know, it's like, what specifically about the creation engine don't you like? What's the facial animations? Okay, so they can upgrade the tech. And they do. Like, oh, it's outdated. Yeah, but it's... What specifically? Because every game engine can be made to work in a similar way to creation engine. And it will turn out to be similar in effect. You can have bad facial animations in Unreal. You don't have to work with metahumans. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think it's just that people don't know about game engines and what it means to work in a game engine. Like a pot roast from Cowboy Kent Roland's recipe. Let's go for it. I will take a pot roast. That sounds pretty good. Spoke to me about our shared experience with the Perforce. Yeah. I wasn't really happy with Perforce. I'm much more happy with Plastic. I think the Branch Explorer is very nice on a visual level, and merging things is generally quite easy. Would these be the same? Are there any that would be missing here? Use Perforce? No, we use Plastic. I'm not a big fan of Perforce. Bulwark, Fortify, Visibility, Restore. At one point I went and tried Unreal for 2 months, C++ only, and minimal BP usage. In those 2 months I learned some C++ and was able to port over several of my game systems from Unity C# over to Unreal. In the end, Unity is still the engine for me. Future, I want to do something with Unreal, as I really like some of its features. That's fair. The best engine to make your game is the one that allows you to make your game, in my opinion. Low. Oh, then Aetherlight, Lightness, Warmth, Chill. Okay. I need some space here. Plastic was, at least when I used it for another project. Great, how is it now? It still works. I have no problems with Plastic. This is great only due to the ability to have up to 5 users for free and premium. One, two, three, four, five, 6 new ones added. Ugh. Sometimes I wonder if I'm going to show this to narrative designers and they're going to see how much work I expect for one NPC, and they're just be like, yeah, you know what? This project isn't for me. I really worry about that. The spaghetti is one thing. There are some ways to mitigate that, actually. I don't utilize them all the time, but there are some ways to mitigate it. Yet today we'll have dialogue spaghetti. It's really bad just because there's so many... It's like we can have any number of these effects, and we have to have responses for the ones where it makes sense. There's no way else that I can handle it. It's just a giant if-else statement in dialogue form. There are some ways to mitigate some of this, though, by having a where's my pink nodes? These, which jump back to a node, or jump to a node. So what I could do is have a empty. It would, nah, I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't save me much because I have, right now it has 4 options, right? So it jumps to either up to these 2 or down to these 2. So I'd have to put in nodes that do that check somewhere. It wouldn't save much spaghetti, but it would save a little bit. But maybe, you know, maybe if I give a narrative designer the tool, they'll be able to, like, you know what? We could do it this way to mitigate that spaghetti. Maybe there is a way to do it. I don't know. I think this one is not even that bad. The one that's really bad was the 3A. No, that one's okay. It might be 4. No, 4 doesn't have it. Five is fine, but 5 was... Oh god, I remember 5. That was hell to write. We had a really bad one. Oh yeah, 3B was a bit of a spaghetti mess. Oh fuck, I don't wanna... I don't want to think about it. One at a time. Okay, Aether light, lightness, warmth, chill, weakness. It wouldn't be as bad if I was writing this fresh, but I'm trying to update it. And we've removed some effects. We've changed the name of a couple others. And then we've added a bunch more. scams. Okay, copy these. I think the responses were a little bit different though. Yeah. Okay, so we have to write these responses a little bit differently. It's fine. Come on, copy. Paste, there we go. And these all need to lead back up to sorry about that, so I assume the interrogation didn't go well. I needed him paralyzed, not lit up. Needed to be paralyzed, not... I mean, I did make these neutral responses, but to be honest, I think these probably should all be negative responses. I mean, he's not happy. Am I crazy about that? For 2B, I only have... Oh no, it's on 1. Well, it's fine. His response here can be negative. Okay, I didn't need him. Hold. To talk. That's why I needed paralysis. Poison. He might have been calm, but I'm not. The paralysis poison human. Not this. Okay, that'll lead up. That'll work. Okay, yeah, that'll work fine. And then I think we updated the secondary potion. So I think 2B is good. Now 2C does not need any work. Because it is simply a, hey, you fucked up, I'm out of here, go fuck yourself encounter. And then 2D is, I believe, very similar to 2B. The difference with 2D... Oh god, why does... 2D spawns if you get the bandit leader killed. And yeah, we don't have any responses to secondary potions, then we only have responses to main potions. That's what it was. So we can just copy what we wrote in 2B for the main potion responses. The new ones. And then we don't care about secondary potions at all. Yeah, okay. So regen health can be deleted. Fortify block changes to bulwark. Paralysis changes to paralyze. Do. Kurwa mać. Okay, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new nodes. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the number of effects we have, and I'm a little worried that it is either not enough, or I'm not very happy with how we split it up. Because if we're supposed to have multiple biomes, you know, like beaches, deserts, swamp, I don't know, a plains area. You know, I imagine that we should have a good variety of ingredients to source from. We're not fishing. You'll be able to farm some things. It's a lot of ingredients. And this is not a huge variety of effects to split across those ingredients. I don't know. Prototype, it's okay. This is okay for prototyping, but for vertical slice, we will need to determine very soon into entry of vertical slice the exact final list that we want for effects. As you can see, you're having to go back and refactor old dialogue, or commissions, or rebalance all the ingredients again for 1 or 2 new added effects. It's a huge waste of time. Huge. Alright, this one is Aetherlight. This one is Lightness. Strength Boost and Concussive Blast. Immolation and Chill. Weakness and Calm. Alright, let's fill these in. Copy. You know, I'm curious about something. I'm really curious. If Twitch allows you to stream, or to stream games with nudity in them, because they're what the developers put in there, do they allow you to stream game dev with nudity if that's what's going to be in your final game? Could, say, a developer on Cyberpunk, let's say, have streamed themselves modeling the dick and balls of the main character because you're allowed to stream the dick and balls when playing the game. I know I'm asking the real questions today. I would call them hypocritical if you couldn't. And also, I think I found out the new Twitch meta. Stream yourself drawing concept art for a game, but really you're just drawing nudes. Okay. Connected. It's spaghetti, but there's not really any other way to do this that I know of. Okay, now we need to put the dialogue into 2D that matches up with the 3B pathway. Okay, that'll work. Okay, here it starts. What about a potion of lightness? Okay, are you calling me fat? Then we do the Fallout 4 method. Of yes. No, but yes. Sarcastically yes. And then, of course, they all lead to the same dialogue anyway. Illusion of choice. I think this illusion of choice joke will fly over most people's heads, though. Okay, I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, because the player's either going to go down the path of where they need to make the frenzy potion with the lightness and fortify stamina, or they go down the invisibility route with the lightness secondary effect desired. Thief 2B, though, does have a flavor requirement. Does this one too? No. Okay. Okay, okay. But we'd only hear about 2A and 2B with, with 3A and 3B. So that's what we're working on next, is 3A to start with. Base potion result. All right, give me a second to go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back with continuing with 3A. Enjoy the music while I'm gone. 3A, okay. Testing this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Well, that is now our known unknown in this case. Okay, regenerate. Fortify block. Yeah, this was, okay, so 3A is, these are responses to 2A. 2A's necessary potion was a frenzy potion. And then a potion of lightness and stamina so that he could escape with loot. Yeah. I remember. Okay, so we have a lot of effects on here that don't do much, right? Weakness to magic. It's because he mentions that there's like a mage in the group, and yeah. Okay. She's gonna say we don't have a weakness to magic. That's fine. Maybe we do need some more negative effects in here. We do have weakness. But I don't want to add anything else now. Weak knees. Not weak knees. Be a pretty funny effect though. We do have spaghetti though. If we do weak knees, we can do heavy arms, and we do have mom's spaghetti. See, here's the thing. When I talk to publishers, I do pitch Cauldron Chronicles as like the way the game plays as an immersive job simulator, you know, plus RPG. I also say, oh, we could do games like this or this or this. One of those that I do say is, I think I called it Tavern Tales, which was essentially like a tavern simulator, but with this kind of gameplay. So you make, you know, alcohol, you make food for the guests, you talk to them, you can, you know, you can be the one that is handing out the rumors to adventurers or taking in rumors from other people, which I always thought was kind of fun. There's so many tavern simulator games out there already. You know, at least with Cauldron Chronicles, I feel like this fits a niche of games that don't exist like that, but there's so many tavern management games. Well, I gotta fix up on 2A and 2B and 2D where we change bulwark, as it mentions fortify and block. I think the more interesting one to me, while I don't hate that idea, is the, for some reason I love my alliteration, but it's Anvil Anthologies is the kind of working behind the scenes name. Of again, similar premise, but now you're a blacksmith and you craft, you craft specialized weapons and armor for adventurers that visit your smithy. And I thought that could be kind of cool because now we can make some gameplay where you can explore the areas around the blacksmith, with the weapons and armor that you make for yourself, bringing back materials You know, you can go mining for your own ore, or you can buy it from merchants or whatever. I feel like there's something to that, and there aren't a lot of games that are like that. But I don't know if we want to be known as... Well, first of all, it assumes that Cauldron Chronicles will be good, which it could not be. But I don't know if we want to be known as the company that takes our one-hit wonder formula and just makes games that are similar to that. I don't know. Could change this from regenerate to restore. We have fortify health. Let me see what I have here. Change this to bulwark. Fortify health, invisibility, regenerate health. Change that to restore. Oh, we have restore down here. Okay, we have regenerate stamina and regenerate mana. So here's one interesting thing that I added, which is if the system detects that two responses, even if the effect IDs are exactly the same, if two responses are the same, it will skip that response. This way, because we might have a very similar response to like restore health and fortify health, for instance, we just write them both there, and the system will just... If it detects one of them, it will pick one of them. If it detects both of them, it will still only pick one of them. Makes our job a bit easier. I know. It's impressive. Stamina and essence. Bulwark, fortify health, invisibility. This is on the main potion too, so this is the one, this is on the frenzy potion that he's gonna use against bandits. Damage health is now poison. Fear, slow are still there. Weakness to magic is not. I like the lore behind that, but yeah, we don't have a weakness to magic effect. the moment. We'll just delete that one. All right, let's go through these. Restore health and fortify health we have. Those are just kind of neutral responses. Same with stamina and essence. We have a bubo weakness effect. I actually don't know what our character designs are going to look like. I have no idea. Enlargement potion. I think we did talk about that. I might have thrown that in the ideas. Yeah, Lima93 says, I'd love a thievery system in game that utilizes a shrink potion for the player. Let me jump through a keyhole and steal my herbs. So I think I said that shrinking and enlargement effects were not off the table, but we're probably not going to do them for the prototype. So we'll see. Purposefully doing bad potions or harming people. Yeah, I really like some of these effects, or some of these ideas. If you're purposefully doing bad potions or harming people, your tower should become more cracked and decrepit. I do really like the idea of some physical representation of your morality. Invisibility, yes. Bulwark, yes. We have resist magic, so we could throw in one to there. Water breathing does not matter. Let's say lightness doesn't really matter either. Strength boost, sure. Night vision, druid sense, warmth, no. These four are fine. Need more music. Weakness, paralyzed, frenzy. Ooh. Did we have any way around this? Because if we have resist magic and we say, okay, Spoon's gonna mention how there was a mage in their lot, and he was shooting off spells, but they were just resisting it or something, whatever, doesn't matter. But then we have silence, and we would probably ideally mention that also I hit a mage with it, and he couldn't cast any spells, got killed pretty quickly. Obviously, these two kind of go against one another. Do we have any way around that? I know when we have build extra potion responses, I do have an option for effect IDs to omit. I don't remember what the reasoning we used that was, though. Story events, build extra potion responses. I have no clue what we actually used this for. And I didn't actually put anything here. I think we did this. Let me check something. Thief 6? No, not that one. It's Thief 5. Yeah, because the race had so many different outcomes based on different effects that you would give him, we handled this in very different ways. Build extra potion responses for Dialogue Thief 4, omitting one response. Invisibility. Yeah, and the reason is because we check for invisibility. I don't remember. I have no fucking clue, actually. I completely forgot. I have no, I'm looking at this, I don't remember what the hell I did and why the hell I did it. All I know is that this works. And we're gonna have to come in here and ruin it. Okay, so we don't have any way to... work around this. Potato, he says it just work. It does just work. I don't know. I think this emphasizes how important organization is going to be for our narrative designers. I could omit these and do a separate response to it. That is one way that I could handle it. So don't write responses here that get thrown into the mix, and then just do a separate check for each of them separately or for them together. And then we can do a little bit of separate dialogue about that. Maybe that'll work. It's gonna look awkward, but it'll work. Okay, fear. Calm and Frenzy cannot exist on the same potion in this case. I think they cancel each other out. Hey, August. How you doing today? Oh no, Calm cancels Fear. Calm and Fear cancel each other. Kick the useless guy? Oh, has to be done, doesn't it? Sucks, but is what it is. I feel like realistically, Calm would have the opposite effect of Frenzy. What did I write in the design? I don't have it here, do I? I do actually have it written that it cancels out Frenzied. Now we could still have it, we could still have it mixed here. What we should do though is if Calm exists, we should fail the encounter. Let's roll a call with him to work out what we could actually do, and he set the time. Didn't even show up even when I waited for an hour, so I just kicked him. Weird. Okay, so I'll update the effects to cancel here. Frenzied should cancel out Calm. Calm should cancel out Fear and Frenzy. He's moaning to whoever he can about whether he was kicked and is making it out like he wanted to join. He was already kicked. And you're acknowledging that he was over an hour late. What do you, I mean... You work with unprofessional people, is it any wonder that they're unprofessional? I'm not shitting on you for that, by the way. I'm just saying that, like... Why am I not surprised that he's acting like that? Okay, we should still have a response because... No, this is the primary potion. You can only have one, so Calm is not even possible. What we should do is... Ends encounter. Fear is okay, slow is okay, cure disease, poison, don't really matter. Corruption, not important right now. It's a lot of responses. Frenzy is desired, so we don't need that. Okay, that's on 2A. Yeah, cure poison isn't needed. Resist poison doesn't matter. Damage stamina on secondary potions ends up with him dead. All the others came to me instead of responding to him. Where's Cots? You really need him to help you with your AI stuff, don't you? You're just working on a prototype, though. We don't have damage stamina. Although we do need to determine which secondary potion effects will get Spoon killed here. Oh, he's heard it. I mean, I've heard about 5.5 stuff. We both have. He's not around though at the moment. Hey, we both heard about it. We've been talking. You only have responses to luck and invisibility. Ah, shit. Corruption. Yeah, that's just not necessary anymore. Damage, stamina, regen. Fear secondary. Yeah, okay, so we have fear secondary, frenzy secondary, slow, paralyze, and damage health, although that's not going to be poison. Met anyone who's into UI from Night's UI? I do a lot of UI stuff. I've been doing UI for the last 10 years in Unreal. Restore health wouldn't matter. This is for secondary potions. Stamina, we have 2 things. But he doesn't want stamina anymore, does he? No, he does. He wants fortify. UI is not the same as liking. I like UI. I don't know. It's pretty easy to work with. I know other people have trouble with it, but I personally don't. You make the widgets, you put the widgets in the game, and then you hook up the logic. Be pretty simple stuff. For me, at least. I got a lot of UI in this game, and it all works just fine. He wants fortify, but what happens if we put restore on there? Probably just a response. Essence wouldn't matter. Invisibility, bulwark are good. Resist magic is fine. Water breathing doesn't matter. Aether light. These will all just be positive or just neutral responses. These would end up with him dying. Dinner time, eat well. Don't choke. Choking is bad. Is that a threat? Yes. It's a threat of love. In Minecraft. Immolation. Chill. Okay, we have fear, frenzy. Silence wouldn't matter. Slow. Paralyze. Weakness should probably get him caught and killed as well. Cure disease and poison wouldn't matter at all. Okay, so these are the secondary potion responses we'll want to have. Oh boy, a lot of work. We didn't delete the health responses, right? Now we got fortify and restore health, invisibility. We have restore and fortify stamina, restore and fortify essence. Okay, we need E. Resist magic. Aether light. Strength boost. Calm ends encounter. We set that up. Have paralyzed, slow, and fear. So we need 6 more. A lot. Oh, and we have poison already. So actually we only need 5 more. Okay, let's see. Resist magic is a neutral. Aetherlight neutral. Strength boost. Positive. Concussive blast positive. Immolation positive. Chill positive. Weakness positive. Silence positive. Now it sounds weird that like immolation you think is a negative effect, but it's in response to how it was used in that scenario. So because he's using the frenzy potion to get people fighting each other, setting them aflame at the same time is not a bad thing. It just makes it faster. Now, if it were like a potion he were drinking himself to like buff himself or something, obviously immolation is not a great thing to be having on a potion that you're expecting to buff you. Understandably so. Which is also why the other potion that he wants to boost his stamina and make him a bit lighter, we do have, you know, immolation and stuff essentially killing him. He drinks a potion hoping that he's going to boost his stamina. He catches fire, he dies. Great job, you, the player. Unless that's what you wanted. Maybe it is. Okay, bulwark, fortify health, visibility, regenerate stamina is, or I'm sorry, regenerate health is poof. Regenerate stamina can be changed to restore stamina. Now there's a couple things we'll want to do with potion scoring, and I'm not going to do them today, but we'll do them before we move on. Right now, potion scoring is a bit limited. Where do I handle it? Potion needs. Like here on the main potion, we penalize any negative effect type. And this is an array, so I do have a little bit of control over this. A little bit. Basically meaning, or any positive effect. So like Aetherlight, like he goes to whip these guys up into a frenzy, right, and get them fighting each other. If you throw Aetherlight onto that potion, you actually do get penalized, even though, arguably speaking, it doesn't do anything bad. Like it doesn't hurt the outcome. That's not very realistic in this case. So I do want to go back through these and make sure that the scoring system does take into account the right effects. And that requires a pretty small refactor. It's nothing major. We can always just specify exactly which effects to penalize, or I don't know. There's a lot of ways we can handle this. It's not going to be a big deal. But I want to do that because the potion scoring right now is not as flexible as it should be. You would think, oh, it's just a poison. Who cares if they light up a bit? They're going to die anyway. It's not like he's wanting to be stealthy about this. So who gives a fuck? Well, the scoring system gives a fuck. So, you know, we got to fix that. Alright, where was I? Restore stamina. This will be changed to restore essence, not mana. Didn't think an effect for restoring. Essence would be an issue. Hey, Mr. Phoebo. What a cute little lesbian. I do enjoy women. I have a lot in common with the lesbians. I have more in common with lesbians than straight women. Me and lesbians, we both like chicks. Straight women like dudes, though, so it's like... I mean, I kind of like some dudes, but... I wish I was a lesbian. Very wise words. It's very philosophical. You and Plato would have been on the same level here. I'm pretty sure that was a quote of his. A fear, slow, paralyze. At the airport again, but I was going to see my portal wife. You know, I kind of like flying. It depends on the length, though. As long as you're not on a Boeing. Shit. I don't want to unhook all these, but I just want to unhook. Shit, that wasn't the right one. Ah, fuck it. I'll hook those all back up. I was at a very large military air base yesterday. Oh shit. Are we at an airbase? Oh, I see. Okay, so I have this hooked up here because it is the only negative response we have is the invisibility. Is that still the case? That the only negative? Yeah, all the rest are positive or neutral. Okay, so that can stay the same. You're associated with the RAF. What does RAF stand for? The Retarded Air Force? Oh, Royal Air Force. Okay. I see now. Look, there's a lot of R words in the world. Okay, I don't know which one is which. Basically right. The retired... Okay, yeah, retired Air Force. I was thinking about getting into the Air Force when I was a kid. Just saying another R... Yeah, I just... I don't know. I think R word and this is what comes to mind. Going into the uniform again soon. Oh shit. Are you excited about that? Yeah, I won't hook that up yet. Let me get the new ones written down. Call me Sir Phoebo. You're hyped? That's really great then. That's pretty cool. Did you have to do any like joint military training with some like the Ukrainians or maybe even Americans? Because I know that the Americans have a lot of joint training with European forces. The Yanks that are everywhere just to salute me. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more? No, wait. Yeah, we need 10 more. Jesus Christ. 10? Fuck me. I think they've often overseen safety on a exercise with like Yanks, Brits, Norwegians, and something else. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good stories about just meeting up with other people in other militaries, checking out each other's uniforms, sharing like candy or snacks. I don't know if that stuff takes place. That's what I've heard, though. Having parties. Banging each other. Trying to be jihadi and got digitally blown up by a Yank. Show his peak. Holy shit, that's pretty funny. That sounds like fun. That's a good good bit of camaraderie and morale boost, and you get to train with other like there's no downside. Everybody gets something good out of it. Plus, you have some people that you can call on if you visit like one of these other countries, right? Like, hey, remember me? I'm gonna be in your country. Think we can meet up, or can I crash at your place? Save some money. For anyone who's watching, by the way, and might be a little bit worried, these are not all available to the player at once. Only like 3 or 4 of them maximum will be available. We just don't know which we don't know which order, right? Because you can make potions with any number of effects on them, or any combination, I should say. And so we don't know which ones of these show, and that's where we're determining that. So it looks messy. Looks like there's a lot of dialogue options, but only a few of them are available at any time. Things are just so much better because of equipment, but the Brits are better in terms of skill, knowledge, and understanding, so we learn a lot from each other. It's pretty cool. Always are just here. They just say hi. Pretty funny. Yeah, US does spend a lot of money on soldier equipment. Although I've heard that it depends on which field or theater you're in. So some of like the a lot of the troops stationed in Europe don't necessarily have as much combat experience as the ones that are stationed in like the Middle East. Which, you know, of course makes sense, right? Although I've met some of the guys and gals posted here in Poland, and they were really nice. I met one guy that, no joke, the city that I come from, or the town, we learned that we come from neighboring towns, and these are pretty small towns. I'll show you guys. I'll dox my hometown. Here's Wisconsin, right? About the same size as, I don't know, Poland, or I don't know. It's normal European country size. I come from a little town right here. There's our Walgreens. 2.3 stars. I agree. And the guy that I met comes from this town here, East Troy. This is 10 kilometers away. Kind of fucking wild, isn't it? I come from Walgreens. Yeah, I come from Walgreens. And he actually worked at the McDonald's that's here in Mukwonago. 2.8 stars. Look, McDonald's has better rating than Walgreens. Oof. That was pretty fun. It's pretty fun to meet them. It's nice meeting Americans too in a country that English isn't the native language. It's just kind of like a little bit of a slice of home. Yeah, it was pretty cool. You guys want to see the McDonald's? I'll show you the McDonald's. There it is. Look at these people getting fat with their cars. America. Where are the golden arches? They're right there. Looks depressed. It's just a small town. What do you get? You have a nice park though. There's a nice park here, and then there's a nice park right here. Pretty big. The box-shaped shit looked awful. See, the better place to eat is here at Culver's. This is where it's at. Look at this, 4.3 stars. That's where it's at. Culver's is, if you get up to like the Midwest, eat at a Culver's, not at McDonald's. Do you have a Walgreens? Yeah, we have a Walgreens here. On the corner. This weird, we call it the square, but it's hardly a square. It's just a depressing little intersection. Okay, look, it has small town charm. Although it is a very weird intersection when it comes to the lights. And there's our Walgreens. It actually is a nice town. I was bored as shit as a kid because there's like nothing to do here for kids apart from go to the park or go to McDonald's. But for families, it's a really nice town. Small, it's quiet. You have 3 schools there. Nice. Could have been worse. And you have the lakes right here. And these lakes are really good for fishing, canoeing. Very, very good fishing on the Phantom Lake. And we like our fishing and hunting. Kill some deer. We don't have a drawl in Wisconsin, though. Everybody in Europe thinks that everyone in the U.S. just speaks like with a southern drawl. They sound like this, and they love their guns and freedom. Alright, paralyze is, this goes to fortify stamina. One is fortify essence. Fortify essence. We do like our guns though. But not everybody who owns a gun is wanting to kill people with it. Not all, just most of them. No. Even that isn't true. I do understand though that it's such a foreign concept for Americans with the gun stuff. And there's a lot of politics in between it that, for better or worse, sometimes both, hinders our ability to make progress. How do you sneak a knife into a school in the US? You just put it in your pocket? Oh, okay, this depends. It really depends on the school. Some schools do have metal detectors for this. Usually places that are not the greatest in terms of crime rate. Let's put it that way. Although my school didn't have that or anything. Put it in the handle of your gun. Guns in schools are a problem. And here's the funny thing. Back when there were less restrictions on guns, there was also less gun violence. People used to bring their guns to school in the US before going hunting. They would bring their clothes and their guns and they would just be like, yep, I'm going hunting after school. So they would put it in their locker and no problem. Which is why my argument is that the guns aren't a problem. The people are the problem. They go hunting during school. I don't know the solution to the rise in... You know, we say gun violence, but honestly, it's just a rise in violence. People are out of their fucking mind these days. I don't know what's causing it. I think there's a whole bunch of things. I mean, I think we can point our fingers at one thing, but honestly, that's only touching the tip. Gun violence is caused by humans. Just remove all humans. I mean, you say it as a joke, but it's like, well... It's like, okay, we take guns out of these kids' hands that want to commit violence. And it's like, okay, they're probably going to find something else, right? They're going to bring a knife to school. Well, okay, the knife, you know, they're going to cause less harm than a gun. Number one, not necessarily. You know, anybody who's been hunting knows that a knife actually can cause a lot more damage than a bullet in most cases. But it's like, okay, how about we solve the underlying problem here, which is that a kid wants to commit violence, right? Like maybe let's try to solve that, because that seems like then we don't have to do anything else. You know, please. Never held a gun IRL. Guns are really fun to shoot, and they are also very dangerous. You'll know that you're talking to somebody who is responsible with guns if before they even hand you a gun, they like drill into you the rules of firing a firearm. And I think you have to take it you have to take it very seriously. It's like holding a gun in your hands is the same as getting behind the wheel. This thing can kill people. You need to know how to use it properly, safely and responsibly. As long as people bully people, mental illness, diseases still exist, it's going to be pretty hard to do that. I don't think we can stop bullying. This is just my opinion, right? So just, you know, we can have this conversation. I don't think we can stop bullying. But there is clearly a rise of mental illnesses that seems to be causing violent reactions. And I don't know why it's becoming more and more prevalent. And I don't know how to stop it. What could have been a billionaire right now? Too bad I was on a course and didn't do trades. I'm barely a multi-thousandaire personally. I know the gun safety rules don't point at anyone or any property. There's even more. There's usually like 4. There's keep your finger off the trigger at all times until you're ready to shoot. know your target and beyond. So that is specifically not know what you're shooting at, but also know what's beyond it in case you miss or in case the bullet goes through. Never point the gun at anything you don't intend to kill. Simple as that. And what was the fourth one? The fourth one is... oh, keep your safety on at all times until you're ready to shoot. And maybe, Mr. Feeble, you have some additional ones that get taught on bases, but those are the 4 that get taught for hunter safety. Chill, silence, okay. Write these in. Violence is never the answer or the fix, I agree. All Asian kids get beat. There are no Asian shooters. Don't shoot people, but always be ready. Yeah, I think I imagine for like for somebody in the army, it's a little bit different than if you're shooting deer. Always be ready for that deer. You never know. But I know one that a lot of hunters. You know, I know your target and beyond is an important one because it's like there are a lot of cases where hunters accidentally shoot each other, which is why you wear orange. Hunters wear orange just because deer are colorblind to the color orange. They just see it as gray. But you know, there's a lot of cases of just missing a shot and a stray bullet, you know, can hit somebody or hit a house. Very dangerous. Hey, Prismatic Death. Here in Australia, you never know when a kangaroo will disembowel you. Oh, Australia. I want to visit Australia. I love spiders. Although, loving spiders and loving the spiders in Australia, I suppose, is a... there's phases of enjoying spiders. I can pick up the average large house spider here in Poland, no problem. The average spider in Australia is a little bit different. Okay, first I need to know what we actually put here. So I need to write these. Give me a second. Resist magic. Some big spiders are actually really friendly. I've held like like tarantulas before, and certain tarantula species are really nice. I had a black widow, but of course I didn't hold that. I do have my limit. Can I invite them to parties? Train not to shoot if civilians are behind unless we have a high chance of direct contact, or they are spraying other people. We are trained to have a utilitarian view. Interesting. Yeah, I can understand the civilian thing. Although I imagine that makes certain like guerrilla warfare, especially in like the Middle East, where they've been known, or like Vietnam, of course, that was a tactic by the Viet Cong. And then it's like, well, what are the rules of aggression here, where we know that they are masquerading as civilians, and of course that's where a lot of war crimes spawn, right? And there were certainly a lot of them in Vietnam. Spent a lot of time in court for such, yeah. Okay, resist magic. Spellcaster in their group. Wasn't doing too much. We'll say one of the spellcasters in their group wasn't doing much when hitting the other brigands. Paid leave? Paid leave for firing at civilians? No. Aether lights. Once I started dicing them up. Started to shine. The oddest thing. Administrative leave pending investigation. I mean, there's stuff like that in the US too. With, those cops that go crazy. I do feel bad for cops. You know, I think that by and large, it's gotta be one of the most stressful jobs ever. Have any thoughts on AI decision making based on the big 5 personality traits? AI decision making based, so what? You give an AI. Oh, you mean you're like in-game, like NPC AI. I know a friend who had been working on something similar. And I think it's one of those things that how prominent is this? Can players view the big 5 traits of the character they're speaking to? I suppose is the question. I wonder which personality trait should affect decision making the most. And such a heavy AI for character make it really heavy. I mean, it can be done in a way that's pretty easy to do. It just matters, like, is it worth going to that effect if the player has no way of really noticing it? Like, if the player can't see the big 5 traits behind an NPC that they're speaking to, are they going to notice? In which case, it's a lot of work for something that is cool, but isn't noticeable. Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma did the, like, you had personality traits. And that, I think, just changed the way that the character spoke, which I guess is a simpler way to handle it, and one that I think is still effective. Or notice because of how extrovert, introvert they are, for example. I mean, that is one of the more noticeable traits. I think that maybe taking a look at storytelling generators like Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld, or even Sims to some extent, that perhaps having traits and not big 5 personality is at the very least more standard. And I guess we'd have to ask ourselves, why is it more standard? Is it because it's easier to do, and or is it easier for players to understand? Because, like, agreeableness, disagreeable, you know, conscientious, those things can become just traits that exist on a character. And I think maybe having traits opens up the door a bit more, and is perhaps a little bit easier to handle with code, and is perhaps even a little bit easier for players to understand. Although I don't think that you can't do a game where it's based off of the big 5. I only wonder if the outcome is going to be better than just doing regular traits. Is my initial thoughts. Yeah, making the traits binary. I think that's probably why Sims, RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress, they do it that way, if I had to guess, but I haven't really thought about it. Why am I glad they were fighting each other? Their hits were much stronger than I was expecting. You do anything with that frenzy potion? You're doing -1 to 1. Yeah, I mean, it could work. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. I suppose it's just worth. I guess it's just worth prototyping. Like, I guess maybe it could be too much, maybe not. I guess it's worth trying. You'd probably have to have moods on top of that, right? Similar to like how Sims, well, all of them do, right? Right, where moods can dramatically alter the decision making. I'm prototyping it, but I'm not sure in what order I should check the traits. Yeah, that's a good point. Trait priority. I don't have an idea. Strongest trait to weakest trait. Yeah, I was thinking that too. You added a concussive. Got an effect that made them blast away when hit. Didn't you? It's pretty funny to see. Those idiots caught on fire the moment my blade made contact. The smell warmed my heart. Hey, Silent Wolf, how's your Starfield DLC play? Is it really that bad? I actually wrote a review on the Starfield DLC. I'll read it out to you guys. To summarize my feelings on it. I will also drink 30%. "18 people found my review helpful." Jesus Christ. Who the fuck is liking my review? I said, I recommend this only on a deep sale. We'll keep it short, but I feel after doing all the quests the DLC has to offer, I can give some thoughts. About 25 hours of content if you do all the quests and go for all achievements and read lore optional dialogue. Not worth $30 if you ask me. Writing for most new characters and quests is better than the main game, but you will need to interact with characters, do optional dialogue, read lore, etc. Or side quests do, and I listed off the side quests that I thought were more enjoyable. And then I listed off the ones that you can skip. This DLC doesn't change the game in any way. If you liked or disliked Starfield before, this DLC isn't going to change those feelings. New dungeons and locations are handmade and feel generally good, but it's all brought down by the same things that made the base game lackluster. Bringing Andreja, that should be Andrea, but whatever, brought her for all DLC while romanced, doesn't add nearly enough as it could have been, big missed opportunity, and the buildup of intrigue doesn't lead to any lasting consequences for the DLC's main story. Those are my feelings. I didn't hate it, I kind of liked it, although I just don't feel that it is nothing special. I'm going to remember it as, oh yeah, that DLC for Varun. It was okay. So, I don't know. $5 to $10, I think you can get it. And if you liked Starfield, you're probably going to like this DLC. Other than that, if you were expecting it to change the game in any meaningful way, it does not. First needs to check personality modifiers, sleepy, naughty, then check preferences, then check personality traits. Worth trying. The thing is, I wasn't expecting it to change Starfield in any big way, so I wasn't disappointed that it didn't overhaul the loot system. It didn't really change the fact that loot in the game is fucking useless and doesn't have really big impact. I did like the quests, to be honest. I liked most of them. I thought some of them were really emotionally deep and had some good characters. But it's like, was this worth $30? No. No. Epic Bethesda moment. I don't know. I always the thing I say about Starfield is that I really like the universe. I like the characters and the setup. If they do a Starfield 2, I hope that they learn from their mistakes here with Starfield 1. I would like to see a sequel, but I would like to see a sequel that properly improves upon the systems that are really lackluster in the first game. You hate Todd Howard. I have no really feelings about Todd. I think Todd overhypes his games. I think Todd is afraid to embrace deep RPG systems because he and probably the people above him know that their games have mass appeal. And this was especially true with Skyrim. This is the reason Skyrim gets re-released all the time. Is because Skyrim was that perfect medium between the depth of Morrowind and Oblivion and the casualness of that you see now with like Fallout 4 and Starfield. It's that perfect medium. And that's what they're trying to recreate over and over and over again. Personally, I want to go back to the Morrowind Oblivion days. I preferred that. I thought those games were better sandboxes and better RPGs. Needs to be kicked in the puss. I just think Bethesda probably can never go back to what they were. I'm sorry to say it. Even if they wanted to, I don't think Elder Scrolls 6 will be anything more deep than Skyrim. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. We have to accept too that Skyrim came out in the PS3 era. There are certain things that they couldn't do because the PS3, of course, couldn't run that. They're not going to change the game on some re-release, remake, or whatever the fuck they're going to call it. It's possible that they'll try to do something a little bit deeper with Elder Scrolls 6, because they have better hardware to work with. Will they? I don't know. All I can say is Starfield has some really cool set pieces, some really cool locations, and loot that is fucking boring. Oh great, a notepad, a pen. What can I use these for? Nothing. Even Fallout was better than that. It's like you pick up a globe. Okay, it's got, wood, plastics, a couple of screws. Good, I can break that down and use that to build shit in my settlements. Elder Scrolls 6 is mad, won't even be mad. I'll just be disappointed. I'll be like, you know what? I knew this was the route that it was going. It is what it is. Elder Scrolls 7, it was announced like 6 years ago. Yeah, at the time I was really pissed with them. They only did it to lessen the fall to lessen the shit that was going on, the shitstorm with Fallout 76. That was the only reason they announced it. And it wasn't even an announcement. It was like, okay, yeah, of course they're going to make a new Elder Scrolls. Here's a 10-second CG generated teaser trailer that shows the location. And then of course it's silence. They only did it because of Fallout 76. Overwhelmed by the other bandits. Bit of impotence, bit of wizardry, bit of wizard impotence. Or did you put something in that potion? That'll work. All right, now we can write the player responses. Oh, there's so many. Here's the sad thing too, is that Starfield is so mediocre that it actually creates worse discourse than if the game was just utter trash or if the game was amazing. Because when you have things that you can like and hate about it, people will shit on you for liking it, people will shit on you for hating it. And it's like these two perfectly equal camps. Truly a 7 out of 10. I mean, there's a lot that I do like about Starfield. Especially from a tech level. I think they improved their engine a lot. I just don't feel like the creation engine was ever meant to do what Starfield intended to do. You know, a simple mod that would at least make looting a little bit nicer is if you could break down the things that you pick up, like the junk that you pick up, into the resources that the game uses for crafting. That would be a very small and relatively simple change. Okay, fortify stamina. I think we can copy what we put up here with restore stamina. Although it's going to look really weird to see the same thing. Let me think here. Let me think. No, we'll write it itself. Write it fresh. Put an effect on there that fortified stamina. Have been effect on there that boosted Enhanced essence capacity. Didn't think there'd be mages. Resist magic. You expect mages to be there. Did the resist magic effect cause any problems? Like, there's only so many ways that I can write these responses to sound different from each other. Especially when there are this many. Was them lighting up a problem? Triggered a bit of a strength boost would increase the rate at which they killed each other. I give you some help with the concussive blast effect. They're going to be fighting each other. Might as well do it while on fire. Can hurt to slow them down with some chilling effects, right? Two more, weakness and silence. Imagine that if they're weakened a bit, it'll make them easier to dispatch. Weakened. Just an E. Go. Check for effect silence. Never thought there would be bandit mages. I'm glad that silence effect I included came in handy. Okay, now we need to have that lead in here. Didn't make much of a difference. Bastards still ended up killing each other. Okay, this is Fortify Essence. I wouldn't have expected it either. But it didn't cause any harm to me. This magic. Just made them more likely to kill the mages first. But no harm done to Spoon. No problem, a bit funny though. Did what I needed to do. Here, a bit of a strength boost would increase the rate at which they kill each other. Was quite entertaining. I almost stopped to watch them. Appreciate the thought. Going to be attacking someone. It's best if they're nowhere near me, or I get my hit in. You do truly know how to warm a sewer goblin's heart. Definitely not complaining. Made it easier for me. This is for weakness. Bit pathetic to watch. Almost made me feel sorry for the poor bastards. Silence. Should have seen the look on his face. His spells weren't working. Stupid idiot. Alright, that is all the main potion effect responses. Considering the number, there's a pretty good chance that if you throw an extra effect on there that he wasn't expecting, he will respond to it. Which is a good thing. That's exactly what we want from this game. Micro responsiveness. Okay, the secondary effects, however, we do have some here that need to be put on. The stamina is a bit weird. We want restore stamina. Invisibility, Bulwark, Resist Magic, Aetherlight, Strength Boost, Druid Sense, Warmth, and Calm. We can get a little fun with this, actually. We can say that, you know, if you give him Druid Sense, he spots some, maybe some cave mushrooms on the way out. That could be kind of cool. Because I think we had that for... Yeah, we had it for luck, but we could change it to Druid Sense and have him give you a reward for that. Yeah, I can do this. That's pretty easy to do. Warmth, Calm. Okay, let's collapse the main potion effect responses, and we will add... delete luck. Add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, Warmth and Calm. And what responses do we want to this? Restore Stamina would be a positive. Oh, we already have Invisibility. Let me delete that. Bulwark, positive. Resist Magic, positive. Aetherlight positive, Strength Boost positive, Druid Sense positive, Warmth neutral, Calm neutral. Most of the negative effects that you could put on here will get him killed. That's why there's no like really negative responses. It's just because, well, if you put Immolation on the potion he's going to drink himself, he gets lit on fire. And I don't know if you know anything about sewer goblins, but they're not the greatest at being on fire. No, we won't know if you provided the... Do we know if the player for sure provided secondary... the secondary effect that we would want? It's only if they were provided. Good and exceptional. I think the only way to reach good and exceptional is if you provided the secondary effects he wanted. Although he wants 2 of them. We won't mention the Fortify Stamina. Like I can breathe and move better. Drinking the potion. Add something to spike up my stamina. Bulwark. After drinking the potion, I felt like my armor was stronger. I even got swiped at with a sword, but it just bounced off. At one point, one of the bandit mages flung a fireball in my direction. Didn't do shite though. Didn't do shite though. Not because of you. The way these get built is I build them together to sound like a natural sounding response. So they kind of have to be similarly written where it's just a blatant response to something that happened because of that effect. My skin started glowing. I drank the potion. Made it a bit easier to see where I was going. I'll do that. Okay, strength boost. I had to lift a heavy ass table at one point. It felt a lot lighter than it looked. Was odd. Okay, Druid Sense, we will not build Druid Sense. I'm going to remove Druid Sense from this. Instead, we're going to put it on a specific separate response. So that one's not important to have here. Warmth. Felt all warmed up and cozy from that potion. Know anything about that? It was such a relaxing jaunt. I was a bit nervous. I took your potion, strolled in without a care in the world. Hindsight, it was a bit unnerving. You add some calming shit to my potion. Okay. Now we can come back over here and we can fill out the responses. The luck one can be deleted. We do have him giving out loot based on the potion score. I'm gonna have him give some extra ones. If Druid Sense was provided on the secondary potion. Because Druid Sense is an effect that allows you to see like hazards and ingredients that are nearby. So if you give a potion to Spoon in this case that has Druid Sense, he's going to be able to spot some mushrooms on the way out of the like the bandit cave camp, whatever. And we need this to kind of... Anyway, did you get your loot back is the tie-in. Yeah, looks good. Just double checking something. I will disconnect this temporarily, because I like it appearing at the bottom of the list. Although I do have a way to force that to the bottom, I think. I think I have an event that... Oh no, it's end dialogue, I believe, forces it to the bottom, but we don't want to use that here. Hey, Fart Collector, you are stuck on an island. Have a lighter, knife, or gun? Good question. Let me think. Does the gun have bullets? Yes. I take the gun for a specific reason. I can light a fire with the gunpowder. I can use the parts of the gun then to fashion myself a sharp metal object. And I can even use some other aspects of the gun, like the bullets, the copper in them, to fashion it as some kind of utensils that would help in some way. Copper is pretty useful. It's very soft, malleable. So I'm taking the gun because I can accomplish both things with it. And worst case, if there is something that's pretty nasty on the island, I can use one of the bullets to dispatch. Good answer, thanks. Thank you for asking it. I appreciate it. Also, welcome. Okay, invisibility. Restore stamina. copy this one. Trying to think of what parts of a gun, like if we just assume that it's a regular old handgun, there's probably some aspects of the clip there's definitely something you could do with that. Rope would be better, but having any metal would be great. I'm overthinking this probably. But like goal number 1 is get a fire going immediately, and I can save myself a lot of time and trouble just by using some of the gunpowder. Not a whole lot of copper and lead, but... And I don't really want to use the lead, I'll be honest. If there's any lead... I don't really want to use lead in anything. For obvious reasons. What if we could use the shell casings? The shells. Brass. Brass is not very malleable. It's not a lot of brass either. Brass does have a high melting point, I believe. So depending on how many pieces of ammunition you had, maybe you could do something. Brass has high melting point, right? They're higher than steel. Brass melting point. 927. Okay, better than the steel. Next one is Aether Light and then Strength Boost. Aether Light. Strengthy Boosty. You could also use the gun for suicide. Okay, look, I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, worst case scenario, right? Life doesn't work out on that island. You know, save a bullet, like, fuck it. What way would you rather go out? If you're stranded on an island, you're starving, or you have some disease, and you're like, there's no way in hell that I can fix this. You don't have a whole lot of options to take a merciful way out. Okay, and those all need to lead up to here. Alright, restore stamina. Feel like I can breathe and move better after drinking the potion. Did you add something to spike up my stamina? I did add a restore stamina. Hoping might help. Yeah, we'll just say that. I could do a separate response if we for sure detect that you gave a fortify stamina effect. Could be done. Bulwark. Figured if you have a bunch of bandits fighting around you, can't hurt to have a little extra protection. Had no idea a resist magic effect would be so useful. Last thing I expected of bandits was for one of them to be a mage. Okay, Aether Light. Thankfully the bandits were too preoccupied to notice a glowing goblin. Glowing sewer goblin. Oh, Goblino. Let's open the strength boost. Make it easier to carry loot out. But I'm glad it came in handy. Anyway. Cadney. Oops. Andy. Fart collector. What a name, fart collector. You're still here. Great name. Warmth. Good old warm feeling inside never goes amiss. Does it, Spoon? And then lastly is the calm. Why do we have no generic hookup here? What was hooked up there before? Don't do that. Oh, I just have it hooked up to those two. Okay. Serenity in life will lengthen your lifespan. Serenity in stressful times will lengthen your lifespan, Spoon. Look, I don't know. We put the calming effect on his potion. He drank it. You can look out for Spoon's stress levels. Alright, let's add the responses and then we'll do the druid sense bit. God, the commemorative Spoon monologue. I kind of forgot that I added that. I've got little stubby feet. Appreciate you making it easier on me. Yeah, we need to lead this into glad I could assist. Did you get your loot back? And that's what we'll try to lead these into. Okay, so I figured out if you have a bunch of bandits fighting around you, it can't hurt to have a little extra protection. Thank you for protecting me, human. Fuck mages right up their tight bookworm arses. Appreciate the protection, human. I don't know why I needed to add that, but let's just say canonically, Spoon hates mages. Cute little sewer goblin. Has no use for him. Not the most stealthy, but I didn't need to be this time. And the strength boost would make it easier to carry loot up, and I'm glad it came in handy anyway. Who did that? Smells good though. Strength boost, strength boost, strength boost. Hard for the fart collector. God, I'm tired today. Monday. Shouldn't be tired on Monday. I just hate that. I don't like this. I'm so bad with writing dialogue. I'm slow at it. It's not great. I'm disorganized. I want to make a system. Tell me about it. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be done, and somebody's got to do it, and I'm the one that's got to do it. And I have to. By the way, I have to add in 2 more NPCs for prototyping. 2 more, and I have to voice one of them. Turn lower 24/7 when it comes to actual writing dialogue. Nope. Yeah, I'm much better at like high level lore things. Like, how can I create, you know, an interesting, I don't know, it's I don't know. I don't know what my use would be on a team for narrative or for lore. Oh well. The quality of the writing in our prototype does not need to be good. It needs to be acceptable at minimum. And it just needs to show publishers like, hey, here's some of the cool things we can do with this dialogue system. Right? Like, imagine a good writer was given the system, here's what we can do. Now pay us so we can hire a good writer. Or 2. Ideally 2. Okay, warmth. Use potions like that during the winter time. During the winters. For the winters. For winter. Okay, serenity in stressful times will lengthen your lifespan, Spoon. You have something the equivalent of crack in your lore. Kind of? Like, our mana essence is kind of like that. But not in a traditional sense. Although, it would be cool if we could have some drugs. Yeah. I gotta think about that. I haven't really written any lore yet. The interesting thing is that because Cauldron Chronicles takes place out in the middle of like nowhere in the kingdom, we kind of do all of our lore through secondary means. Like, you hear about it from other people. And so there's a lot of just, like, breadcrumbs we can drop into the world and then expand upon that in the future. Every time drugs are involved, you need to have a mature rating. We're probably going to have a mature rating anyway. I mean, Spoon drops the word shite and fuck all over the place. We're probably going to have themes of sexual abuse, violence, who the hell knows what. It's a casual to mid-core game meant for adults, what it is. Although I want to write it in a way that I think even, you know, late teenagers could, I think, interact with it and find some enjoyment out of it. It's not going to be explicit, especially like sexually explicit, because why the fuck would it be? But for sure there are going to be sensitive topics and themes that I'd like to broach. And then let you do whatever you want with that. Some woman shows up who got assaulted. If you want to kill her, you can. If you want to give her poison. Maybe you just want to kill all the women in the game. I don't know. That's up to you. It's a sandbox. If a character's racist and you don't like that, kill him too. Maybe you like him being racist. I don't know, then help him. Having PTSD here, drink this poison. That's kind of just what I'm enabling. It's just like, okay, here are interesting characters and stories. What do you do? This is your tabletop. This is your story, not mine. The enabler, that's me. I mean, I brought up specifically this once before on stream where we talked about how I absolutely wouldn't I would include a character. let me phrase this differently. I don't have a problem including a character who has been raped if I can tell a good story about it. Obviously, this doesn't sound the greatest. I don't know how to word this properly. I don't mean it in a bad way. What I mean is that if I can tell an interesting story about something that is very difficult to think about and to write, I'm not going to shy away from a topic just because it's difficult to talk about. Is what that means. I think that the more difficult the topic is to talk about, the more that it should be talked about in a medium like this, where you can interact with characters who are fake, and you can learn about them and how to speak to them in a way that you can navigate the difficulties of real life by practicing it in a fantasy world, I guess is a way that can happen when critics give you a low score for not enough diversity. I don't give a shit about critics. The lower my score on Kotaku, the better that means my game is. There are some review outlets that I still like. They're very few. Most of them I don't. Weird. I don't care. The thing that I care about is this. Not this. Let me find a game that's actually released. Oh yeah, perfect. Great game to use. Is this. players. They actually have a financial investment into the game and an incentive to enjoy it beyond just being paid for their review. They will be your most passionate and your harshest critics because they wanted to like your game and they came into the game, and if they didn't like it, they're going to make their voice heard, and if they did like it, they're going to hopefully make their voice heard too. That's what matters the most. And if I get a publisher, I hope they'll approve of my desire. I will give review codes to players, not to journalists. And boy, will that get me in headlines. I promise you that. Yeah, we didn't receive a review code because the developer chose to give review codes to players. Yep, I did. Who cares about critics? Some people seem to. Paid shills. Yeah, they are. In a lot of cases, they are. They have no financial investment or interest in your game. And oftentimes they have no interest in your game. They are, well, we need somebody to write a review about this game, so you're the one that's going to do it. But if you didn't give them the review codes, that means they didn't buy the game, which makes them a critic now. I will accept their critique of the game more if they actually spent money to buy my game. The problem is, even at that point, they wouldn't be the ones spending the money, their outlets would. Condition, provided effect, encounter, thief 2A. Effect to check, E, Druid's Sense. It is Druid Sense, or is it Druid Sense? No, it's with an S. So I give out review codes at all. Are you asking like why I would give out review codes or why people give out review codes in any case? No, we don't need to check tier. And secondary potions. I think I would do it as spite. I think I would give out, like I said, I would give out review codes to players so that they can post early reviews on Steam of the game. Because I feel like those people who actually want to like my game will be more interested in it because they're not paid to do it and they are taking time out of their free time to play my game as opposed to being on the job. Timed copies? No, I would just give them out. I would just give them the free codes. Like, hey, you get the game. Make sure you mark that you got the game for free. That still brings ethical concerns, though, doesn't it? Everyone is entitled to opinion, as we know, and of course it may be an honest one, even if we don't like it. The problem is when so-called critics get paid, say certain stuff about games to simply further the agenda of the payer. Yeah, and you never know when it happens. I feel like at least if I was honest that, hey, I gave this code for free to players. I don't know. How do you ensure it? No, I get your concern. I think it's valid. I don't know a way around it. Maybe we just don't need it at all. I don't know. Sense false rule. Speaking of help. We'd also have to check. This should work, but we'll have to test it. I like to do reviews of a game before it launched, and this is a product of game demos not being something that is normal anymore. That's true. Although a lot of developers will spend copious amounts of time perfecting the first 2 hours of their game just so that people can't refund it. Which is really scummy. Although demos do help, right? Demos do definitely help. Never ever bought a game based off of reviews. I definitely don't do it anymore. Maybe I did it as a kid. Because that was about the only way, was to read like Game Informer. And see, oh, this game's got a pretty good score. You know, I'm gonna buy it. Now with Steam and with the internet, I'd rather just give codes to like influencers. On one condition. That if I'm giving my code to, let's just say like Co-Carnage or something, right? Because I believe Co-Carnage should probably like our game. I would say this. Here's a free copy of the game for you to play. We'd like to sponsor you to play this game. Under no circumstances should you lie about the game. You say it like it is. Honest, truthful, straight. It's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. Also, here's 20 codes to give away in chat. Back in the day, I had demos, so yeah, I played the demo. I liked it, I bought it, but then I just either looked at the trailer, screenshots, and read about the game to see if it piqued my interest. I don't know, I feel like we were also a lot more... What's the word? Forgiving of games back in the day. That if they were, like, okay, we still enjoyed them, we still played them to completion. Grab some mushrooms from the wall. Mushrooms for you from the wall. We have unfinished games launching, so I get why they need early reviews, but hey, bring back demos. We all know the AAA industry might never do that because they are 100% not confident in what they're making. Yeah, unfinished games releasing. That is also one of the reasons why my company exists. I think we say that somewhere. On our shitty website that I'm gonna have to pay for soon. It's expensive to host a website. Yeah. A desire to make exceptionally fun games that aren't held back by corporate greed or rushed out the door before they're ready by poor production schedules or managers who don't know what they're doing. Been there, done that. Doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out which game I'm talking about either. Thanks, Spoon. I appreciate the thought. Don't mention it, human. Then we can connect back up. There's a domain as well. At some point I'll make the company as well. Careful with companies though. They will expect taxes even if you don't make any money. At least in the US for some reason. A goddamn self-employment tax. That is not... I can't reduce it in any way. It's just a flat fee. Fucking stupid. Just a fee for accounting. Thankfully I don't need to do anything for accounting yet. The moment we start to have employees and funding though, it's like accountant. I'm pretty sure I have that budgeted too. I hope so. Report 0 earnings, yeah. Yeah, I have an accountant set up here. We receive funding. I don't even try to claim anything on taxes right now. It's like, well, we don't make any money, so I don't pay any taxes. So what's the point of saying that I spent this much on renting my office, which is technically, you know, deductible, right? Deductible from what? 0? I don't get money back. I don't get a tax break here. So at least for now, my taxes are easy to fill out. I'm gonna reward some dark caps that he finds down here. And just 3 of them. 0 means you have to pay him, yeah. Maybe some shiitake as well. Do 2 shiitake. I think that's good. Think we don't need to adjust any of this. I suppose we'll see. God damn, this is mind-numbing though. I'm gonna take a break from that for today. We'll finish up 3B. And then I think we need to do 3B and then 5. So we're almost done. We're almost done, although Encounter 5 is a bit of a mindfuck that might take a bit of extra time. Can't numb the mind with no brain cells. True. True, true. I don't know what I'll do with this one, but this one's pretty cancerous. And I don't want to think about it. This is the one where he wants to he does the race rematch, and there's a lot of ways that can change and go differently based on what you give him. So we kind of handled it by just doing a quick branch. I don't want to think about it. We'll do that tomorrow. Let's end the day with a couple of Tim Kaine videos. How about that? We'll see if there's anything good that I've been missing. Learning game design from old sitcoms. I'm gonna give him some time. I don't want to react to the ones that are too quick to release, because I want him to get some views in, because that's how he makes money. Actually, does he even monetize? He doesn't monetize his videos, does he? I don't know if he does. Okay, we'll check it out. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be back, and we can continue. And I'll switch my, I will end the YouTube recording there, so thank you, YouTube. See you guys. See you guys tomorrow.